Good evening. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Ms. Drummond. Here. Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Osiander, would you please lead us in the salute to the flag? First item before us are the minutes of regular meeting October 28th, 2008. Second. Thank you. Any changes or revisions to the minutes? Seeing none, any objection to unanimous acceptance? Seeing none, the minutes of October 28th are accepted. Next item, minutes of regular meeting of December 2, 2008.
Move to approve. Move to accept.
Thank you. Any changes to the minutes of December 8th?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I would like to amend the minutes, and I'm just looking for. Each of you received.
Please hit the amend button, Ms. Johnston, so we have you in there. What happened to it? What happened to it? It was there a second ago. Okay, there. Okay. Okay, and who seconded it?
She hasn't made the motion.
Okay. Oh, okay, thank you.
I'd like to amend the meeting minutes of December 2nd at page 12, beginning on line 54, by deleting Ms. Johnston stated the new contract included existing language that was obsolete, and Mr. Otto responded the final contract would include edited and would be correct, and by adding a verbatim transcript to read. I don't feel I need to read it all out unless you would like me to read it into the record. Each of you received a copy of it. I could read it if you'd like.
Yes, it should be read into the record.
Okay.
Ms. Johnston, go ahead.
Ms. Johnston said, I have not read this contract as thoroughly as Mr. Coffey has, but I'm concerned with all the existing language. And we've just rolled it into this contract, including language that goes back to Euclid and the double time and triple time hourly rate. What did we address? I mean, do we have a copy like we did with the other ones where we had as far as the changes that were made? Mr. Otto, through the chair, Ms. Johnston, I don't know exactly what kind of copy you have. I don't have a markup. I don't even have a copy in front of me right at this very moment. But we chose about a half dozen items to negotiate, Mr. Bell and Shop Stewart, Kelly Lauren, and Jim Posey and myself. And we dealt primarily with the high levels of benefits and wages, efficiency, management rights, those kind of things. And then there was another team at a department level that dealt with the editing of various pages and that aspect of it. And it was all rolled into a contract, ratified vote. Ms. Johnston, and this is the final one. This isn't a draft. It's all been edited for the couple of typos that Mr. Coffey's seen. Mr. Otto, yes, correct. We had a management labor team working on this to go through all the editing of it to make sure it's correct and all the spelling is correct and all those things. Ms. Johnston, I'm curious why we don't, and some of the language is obsolete, why we didn't get rid of it. Mr. Otto, we attempted to do that in every case. However, sometimes we're not successful. Sometimes it's because they say there's still a person who's under that language still has an effect there. And therefore, we keep it the same for that 1 in 100 chance type scenario. We try to clean those up ourselves, and the IBW with us have been very successful in a lot of that. Some of those do not get caught. Ms. Johnston, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. In collaboration with the municipal clerk, I would request that the minutes clerk take that language, incorporate it into the minutes of December 2nd in the matching language of which minutes are normally created rather than the script-like style that you just read in, and then resubmit it to the body for approval at the next meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, the motion was to include the verbatim, and that motion is on before us, and I don't think, absent that being denied, that you can just unilaterally adjust. We have to vote it up or down. You might offer it as a substitute, but not. I wouldn't declare that to be the case because there is a motion in front of us. Is all.
What I'm suggesting, Mr. Coffey, is that upon approval of the motion, that it be incorporated in the appropriate language, reflecting the verbatim. But the motion is on the floor, so let's go ahead and have any discussion regarding the motion. Seeing none, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay.
It's been moved.
Any objection to incorporating this language? Seeing none, the language is incorporated. And I would ask the municipal clerk to please incorporate it with the appropriate sort of language and bring it back. Ms. Johnston, does that work for you?
Incorporate it verbatim?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, what's required? Okay, the motion as amended is before us. Any further discussion or further corrections?
Sorry, what's the amendment?
She just read it.
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson just read the entire
Oh, the
amendment.
minutes as amended. I thought you said the motion is amended. I thought you were referring to her motion. The minutes as amended. I got it.
Yes, sir.
No objection, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarification.
All right. Seeing no objection, the minutes are accepted as amended. Next item, Mayor's report.
Madam Chair, if I could just defer until after you've finished your committee reports, and I'll be happy to report at that point.
Gladly,
if
Mr.
you
Mayor.
wouldn't
Thank you.
mind.
The Assembly Chair's report is brief tonight. First, I would like to ask everyone near a microphone to put their cell phones on airplane mode or please turn them off. I listened to the video stream of the last meeting, and these cell phones are constantly searching for a signal, and they create an enormous amount of feedback that you may not hear. You do hear it in this room, but please, everybody near a microphone, turn off your cell phones. Thank you. And number two, I would like to take note of the fact that our colleague, Mat-Su Mayor Kurt Menard, passed away, and I'd like to ask for a moment of silence to remember him. Thank you. He will be missed. Committee reports. I know we haven't had but a week passed since the last meeting. I don't know how much has passed in committees, but Mr. Gutierrez, why don't you begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, as you said, it's only been a week since the last meeting. Public Safety Committee has not met, and I'm still working on setting up a time for a visit to the State Crime Lab. When I have that in place, I will let all the other Assembly members know, and we would be happy to have anyone join us.
Thank you very much. I assume we're going to see the crowded conditions that will be replaced by the hopefully soon-to-be constructed new crime lab.
Hopefully we'll see the good work that they do and why they need a new facility, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to remind everybody that the next committee meeting is going to be held on March 19th from noon to 1 o'clock. The administration is on that agenda, and they will be every single month to provide the requested reports, and these reports will be submitted to the entire Assembly at the same time they're submitted to the committee. But the committee's plan is to review the reports and provide comments on these reports to the Assembly. In terms of the cost savings ideas, that is also going to be on the monthly agenda. 2 departments have already requested to come to the meeting to offer ideas. And OMB has said to me that they plan to invite staff from departments to come to the meeting each month if that's what folks would like to do, to talk about cost savings ideas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, from the Chamber of Commerce perspective, as a liaison to the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, I would note that the Make It Monday Forum, Cheryl Frasca gave a kind of a rundown on the tax cap initiative, the basis for that, and the just basically the structural components of the tax cap and how it works. It was a well-attended program, and it was very insightful, and it did offer some indication and background on how the tax cap came to be. The Chamber of Commerce has done a real fine job on that, in my view, and it's a lot of good information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffin?
I have nothing to report.
Dr. Selcraig?
We had our public energy forum this weekend at Begich Middle School, and I was just kind of amazed that so many people came in light of the fact that it was for Rendezvous. We must have had 50 people there, and I appreciate that Ms. Drummond attended, and it went really well. Lots of information was shared. Also, the Community and Economic Development Committee is going to be developing a new health committee, and the nurses have gotten together, and we've got a series of people that we'll be adding to it, and we'll be presenting them at the next committee meeting.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
Title 21 committee, and I'm going to interject a little editorial comment. Hardest working committee on the Assembly. We worked our way through drainage plans, not complete yet on that. We're continuing to deal with Chapter 7. The Chapter 7 section we're dealing with now deals with new requirements for all projects to have drainage plans, site development, and open space requirements. These meetings are open to the public. We meet from 9:30 to 11:30 at the Planning Department Conference Room off Elmore every Thursday morning. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ACVB Government Affairs Committee met earlier this week and are just tracking some issues in Juneau. There's also some discussion of working with some other interested parties to form an organization that would advocate to bring clean, safe, environmentally friendly cruising to Alaska. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnson?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think three things. The first, there's lots of interest in the community, and I think with the Assembly too, about the stimulus plan, the Recovery Act, however you want to, whatever name it has. And I wanted to report that I think all that have been studying it realize we're all learning as fast as we can, and we're doing our best in the administration to stay on top of it. We've got a few developments to report. We're certainly working with the legislature. Some of the monies will come to Anchorage through legislative appropriations. There's others that we'll be applying for independently. There's some confirmed funding that I can report as of today. There's community development block grants of $507,000 that are coming through a housing and urban development formula. There's homeless prevention fund, another $776,000, also through a housing and urban development formula. The Anchorage School District is expected to receive $12,902,000 through Title I funding in the stimulus bill, as well as $12,997,000 through IDEA B. These are all formula-driven matters. Transportation, almost $19 million to AMATS through Service Transportation Formula funding. Transit, we're expecting $31 million in total, approximately $8 to $9 million to People Mover, and $22 to $23 million to the Alaska Railroad. Anchorage Police Department, we're anticipating $2.7 million from the Burn Justice Grant Program. These funds will be used to rebuild and upgrade the information technologies infrastructure, including the APD mobile data terminal system and secure wireless network. Part of what's going on is federal agencies are developing various grant criteria and announcing processes to apply for funding under various formulas, and we are working to find projects that fit to the funding streams. If you have projects that, people in the Assembly have projects that you think might fit, you should let us know those that you think might fit, because the challenge, we're not trying to be selective, we're trying to find any program that might fit within descriptions and might fit within funding streams. If we can fit it in, we're going to put in an application. Our goal is not to try to be selective per se, but only in the sense of selecting things that can get funded. An example is the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center is currently preparing an application for the Community Health Center funding through the Health Resources and Services Administration, which will allocate $1.85 billion through competitive grants. So they'll be putting in that application. In terms of COPS funding, which will give us greater insight into possibly getting federal funding to bring a police academy back in 2009, we should know something by the end of March. There's also on the municipal website, there is a link to the stimulus plan, and you can look and see the progress we're making on that. Again, the commitment is to stay on top of it as much as possible. In the funding area, I think there are 3 priorities that we're looking at whenever we look, and to the extent we have discretion. The 3 things we're prioritizing is, first, it needs to be a project that will create jobs. The second, it has to represent long-term investments in Anchorage. And the third, it has to be a project that already has broad support, meaning it's been through a public process or a public review. So these are not projects that somebody just thought up, but it's one we're actually looking from existing projects, many of which are on the capital projects list approved by the Assembly. That's the update in terms of what we're doing on the stimulus bill. The second, in terms of our work on the revenue shortfall, many of you heard yesterday that the firefighters came forward with a proposal from their members that will be voted on by their members in the coming weeks that would give wage concessions in terms of the cost of living adjustment for 2009, as well as other concessions that will be an assist to our city in terms of addressing the revenue shortfall. Those details, I think you can get more from the fire union if you haven't heard them already. And we can also explain the status if those haven't read about it already, don't know the details. And then there was questions, I think, at last week's meeting about the status of David Otto, the Director of Employment Relations, and last week he announced his resignation, and I think he'll be finishing his work for the city in the middle of March. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the Mayor? Mr. Birch, and then Dr. Selkirk.
Yeah, regarding, through the chair to the acting mayor, regarding the firefighters' concession, the union issue, if I understand it, they're proposed to give up a 3% increase this year, but it's going to be added in later years. And I just know what I've read in the press. Have you distributed anything in writing to explain this?
I don't believe we've distributed anything in writing. As to the 3% this year, their proposal is that in 2011 they will get 1% of that back, and in 2012 they'll get an additional 1% back in 2012. And as to the third 1%, they're giving that up completely.
Okay, and this is done under the meet and confer. So this does not incorporate any negotiations, as you understand it?
It is. We have been very careful to not cross the line into formal negotiations. So we have discussions and they make a proposal. We have some discussions back and forth in connection with that proposal. And this is ultimately what they're offering. And then if their members, it'll go now before their membership for a vote. And if their membership approves that, then it'll be presented to the Assembly for approval after they've acted upon it.
Kind of after the fact? I mean, basically, it's after it's approved by the firefighting union. At that point, then we have an opportunity to see what the deal is.
Well, we can give you more details in terms of what the proposal is while they're still considering it. Mm-hmm. I actually think Mr. Reeves will correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually think once the firefighters union approves it, it would then come before this body for approval. And if this body chose not to accept that, I think then they would not be bound by what they voted on either.
Well, I for one want to weigh my concern and my objection to the process where I have to learn more about just negotiating by reading in the newspaper or the media to kind of get an understanding of what's going on. I think my constituents and the people that elected me have an expectation that I'll have some kind of be up to speed on what's going on issues of import to the city. In this particular case, it's my understanding that there's a 3% rollback this year, but it's basically you're just kicking the can down the road, and that those rollbacks are going to be added in downstream. I don't know. I'm just following this in the media, and I just think it's a terrible way to do business to exclude the assembly in this process. And if we're all in this together, we need to understand it together.
Well,
thank you,
Mr. Birch. I certainly appreciate your concern and interest in being involved. We have been advised in no uncertain terms that if we were in formal negotiations, it would violate all federal labor laws for the Assembly to be involved in any way at all. It's my understanding that some Assembly members, although you may not have been one of them, have been meeting and talking with union representatives during this meet and confer. I understand you may not be, but I know Mr. Coffey has been talking with union representatives, and others on the body may have been doing that. And the advice we have consistently received is that we need to be very cautious even in the meet and confer, not to broadcast those conversations, because we run into potentials for unfair labor practice claims. And so our obligation in that discussion process is to maintain a reasonable degree of confidentiality, and we have done that. We can describe in more detail the proposal from the firefighters union and that they are considering. And that's certainly something we're happy to share with you. We can give you a private briefing, or if the chair would like to schedule a work session, we're more than happy to go over that in a work session. There are significant savings to the municipality, both in 2009 and 2010, and over the entire life of the contract, there are significant savings over what it would cost the municipality under the existing contract. So we are keeping the process as open as possible under the limits of federal labor law.
Anything else, Mr. Burke? Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I have a couple questions. One is that do we have actually a number? I think we're all very curious in terms of what significant savings means. Is it $1 million? Is it $500,000?
I'll let Ms. Weddleton respond to that. I would note that Harry Truman used to say that he always wanted to have a one-armed economist, because he'd ask an opinion and the economist would go on at some length and say, but on the other hand, and then he'd give another opinion. We've done calculations that Ms. Weddleton will describe. I understand also that the firefighters union has also done calculations, and
I'm happy with a ballpark figure.
I'll finish, and then Ms. Weddleton can speak, but we are not in complete consensus on the calculations between the two different groups, and so I'll let Ms. Weddleton speak further.
Through the chair, OMB has made its calculation. IAFF has also done a separate calculation. Both calculations report savings over the life of the contract in excess of $3 million. And both calculations are in relative agreement that the 2009 savings, even with a partial year, are in excess of $1 million.
Okay.
We're still trying to narrow the differences so that by the time the calculations are finalized, we're within 1 or 2 percentage points, but we are in agreement that the savings are very significant.
Thank you. I have another question regarding the stimulus package. We've checked the website, and it's just a couple paragraphs. It's pretty general. It would be really helpful for the Assembly to have maybe a detailed report. I'm sure you've got information that you're working from. If you could just make a copy of that so that we can understand what the categories are, and just a general idea about what the structure is in terms of these monies that have come down, and any kind of information you have in terms of specific requirements that might be associated with the specific streams of money, so that we could be better partners in bringing projects forward.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. We will try to get more information. The short answer is there's over 70 funding streams in terms of where funds come from, and I wouldn't say it's a moving target, but every day we learn more, and so we will try to get more information on the website. as fast as possible, and that's what we try to do, is update it every day.
I'm not asking for information on the website. I'm actually asking for a report from the administration that would share with us. It's never, the issue of a lot of pages has never prevented the administration before in terms of providing us of information. So it would be just great if you would provide us with the same information you have in terms of what the structure of the money is, what the categories are, what the criteria is, so that we could begin to think along with you about community projects that might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do our best.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's going to be a long night and a fairly intense night. We've already got a lot of heavy stuff on the agenda, but I just did want to make a comment to the acting mayor. I wanted to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being a good sport and reminding me of the challenge that I threw out on Sunday. The acting mayor and I ran with the reindeer at the Fur Rendezvous event. It was, I hope you had as much fun as I did. It was a full weekend between going out to Begich Middle School for Dr. Selcraig's Energy Summit and then going downtown on Sunday and running with you and your wife behind some crazed reindeer. But I wanted to thank you for being a good sport and coming out and doing that and reminding me and spurring me to do it as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez, and no one has still been able to explain to me why there was that one reindeer that seemed to run halfway down the block and then lay down and did nothing more. It was
I think he knew that I looked a little hungry.
Well, I was pleased to be there and glad to be there with you.
I think the reindeer was terrified by the 400 people in the wildest costumes I've ever seen. Mr. Coffey.
My question to the mayor on his on this, will that come back, the agreement with the firefighters union, will that come back to us in the form of as required by Title III once ratified by the members?
Yes, my expectation is that once they have approved it, we will be forwarding it to the Assembly for the Assembly to approve, and I presume by means of a resolution.
Okay, and someday I'll find out the difference between meet and confer that ends up with an agreement and negotiations that end up with an agreement. That's sort of, it's one of those mysterious things, huh? How do you know where you are?
Well, the best answer, Mr. Coffey, is I rely on the advice of counsel. And if they tell me I'm in meet and confer, then I know exactly where I am. And if they tell me I'm in negotiations, I also know exactly where I am.
Thank you. One brings to mind the blind leading the blind, perhaps, from time to time. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Coffey, I would like to think it's the blind leading the blind, but in my work in labor law, which was not extensive, it taught me that labor law is actually one of these things that you and I were not in labor law in our law practice, either one of us, and if we had spent it, we would probably understand it with a great deal of clarity that we just don't have because we didn't spend the time working in that area.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have before us the addendum to the agenda.
Move to incorporate.
Thank you. We also have laid on the table items. Shall we incorporate them separately?
Move to, yeah, we usually do, Madam Chair. We take two motions.
Okay.
That's up to you. We can do them both at once if you want.
All right. Let me read the addendum to the agenda first, and then we'll accept that, and then hopefully accept that, and then we'll go for the laid on the table items. Addendum to tonight's agenda, item 9A2, Resolution AR 2009-62, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the opening of the Consulate of Mexico in Anchorage and welcoming Consul Jose Luis Cuevas, brought by Assemblymember Selcraig. Item 9B7, Resolution AR 2009-60, a resolution appropriating $87,420 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Categorical Grants Fund 231 under the Traffic Department for the Anchorage Metropolitan Transportation Solutions, AMATS, Municipality of Anchorage, MOA Traffic Counts 09-11 program, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 139-2009. Item 9D6, A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 126-2009, capital A. This is, I am told this is an S version of the memorandum called an A. Contract Amendment Number 3 to Professional Services Contract with Kinney Engineering, LLC for the Glen Highway Eagle Glen Subdivision Area Drainage Project, project number 07-46, contract number 280334 for $90,000, project management and engineering. Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 142-2009, a recommendation to authorize Solid Waste Services to enter into an agreement with Matanuska Electric Association for construction and operation of a landfill gas-fueled electric generation facility at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. Item 9F8, Resolution AR 2009-61, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating, when tendered, $5,700,000 from the Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program grant and $150,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities grant and $150,000 from Airport Unrestricted Net Assets to Merrill Field's Capital Improvement Fund for the 2009 Merrill Field Rehabilitate Aprons Phase 4 and Phase 5 Charlie South and security improvements, barrier gates replacement, and revising the 2009 Merrill Field Capital Improvement Budget 581. That will be set for public hearing on the 24th of March unless we determine otherwise a little later on. I understand that agenda is getting very full. That is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 140-2009. Item 9F8, Resolution AR 2009-64, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $686,000 from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development as a grant to the Federal Categorical Grants Fund 241 to the Department of Neighborhoods to provide a grant award to Anchorage Community Land Trust, Incorporated for capital improvements to the Mountain View Service Center. Set for public hearing on March 24th, 09, again subject to change. Accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 143-2009. Item 11C1, Resolution AR 2009-63, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly on the motion to rescind Assembly action approving Assembly Resolution 2008-280, ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union Brotherhood Union Local 1547, Vice Chair Coffey and Assembly Member Johnston, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 141-2009. 11D1, Notice of Intent to Withdraw Prior Notice regarding Assembly action in the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for fire, rescue, EMS, and prevention type work in the Anchorage Fire Service, Assembly Member Starr. That is the addendum. Is there any objection to incorporating the addendum? Seeing no objection, those items are incorporated. We have a number of laid on the table items as well. A motion would be in order.
Second.
Thank you. The laid on the table items for consent agenda item 9B8, Resolution AR 2009-65, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reducing the 2009 general government operating costs for the Assembly. Item 9E1, Information Memorandum AIM 25-2009, Notice of Award to Unit Company for Cooling Line Repair, Unit Number 6 Cooling Line Rupture and Damage to Building Number 6 for the Municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power, $1,500,000. Item 11E1, Resolution AR 2009-66, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly on the motion to rescind Assembly action approving Assembly Resolution 2008-307, ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, Assembly Member Starr, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 145-2009. Is there any other items laid on the table?
Mike.
Okay. Ms. Johnston, go ahead.
I'd like to move to introduce an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending Ordinance AO 2008-102S, amending appropriations to funds for the 2009 updated general government operated budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. And it has 9F11.
And I second the motion to incorporate it into the laid on the table items.
It's a move to introduce. Do I need a
Move to
third?
introduce. Second. Third.
Who was the third?
Me.
Mr. Starr?
Mr. Starr.
Okay, and where's the document, Ms. Johnston?
Oh. Line F11.
Okay, those items are before us. Is there any objection to incorporating the laid on the table items? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. All right,
Madam Chair,
just a moment. Just
the last item is what number on our agenda?
9F11.
11.
Thank you.
All right, the consent agenda is before us. Items to be pulled from the consent agenda, beginning with Mr. Starr.
I have two, 9C2 and 9 Delta 12.
Okay, excuse me, we need a motion first, I apologize. Motion to,
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
9 Charlie 2 and 9 Delta 12.
9 Delta 12, Bill Starr, okay.
9 Delta 12, that's off the addendum? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 2, that is all.
On the addendum.
No, that's on the consent agenda.
No?
9 Alpha 2, oh, I apologize, okay. If you would tell me whether it's on the addendum or the laid on the table items agenda, I would appreciate it, folks. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, 9A2. Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Birch.
The items I'd identified have been pulled already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey.
If you could wait till last, I have some procedural
I'll be
matters.
happy to.
Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig. Okay, Ms. Osiander.
On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 2, 9 Delta 3, 9 Delta 7. On the addendum, 9 Delta 6. And just to clarify, on the laid on the table items, that F10 was actually introduced last meeting, and there's just an S version. It didn't really need to be introduced again. So I don't need to pull it. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, it was not introduced tonight. That will be just, you'll just bring that forward at the time that we address the
Apparently
item it's substituting for.
Yeah, apparently we'll be dealing with it on the 24th. I had thought it was going to be dealt with tonight, but I was in error.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Selcraig?
I'm sorry, I missed one that I wanted to, or two that I wanted to pull.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
11E
On the regular agenda?
on the regular agenda. 9,
Oh,
Wait,
we're only in the nines,
Oh,
in
I'm
the
sorry.
consent agenda. That's okay.
too far, I made a mistake.
9, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything in the 9 section of the consent agenda? Okay, seeing nothing from Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Flynn, any items to pull?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, on the addendum, 9F9.
Okay, is that all, Ms. Johnston?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gray Jackson.
I'd like to pull on the laid on table items 9B8.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other, oh, Mr. Coffey, your turn.
Madam Chair, 9F2 and 9F4 for the purpose of resetting the public hearing to April 14th only. And then 9 Bravo,
Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There was 2 and 4?
9F 2 and 4.
Thank
Yes,
you.
9F2, 9F4, and 9 on the regular agenda, 9 Bravo 5, the walking tour educational project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other items to pull? Anybody I missed? Madam Clerk, did you have a suggestion in terms of setting public hearings? Any items that need to be pulled for resetting public hearings?
I think Mr. Coffey just did that.
That's why I pulled
Okay.
F4 and
Very good.
2 and 4.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be happy to do that. Okay, the items that have been pulled begin with 9B5, Mr. Coffey, 9C2, Mr. Starr, 9D2, Ms. Osiander, 9D3, Ms. Osiander, 9D7, Ms. Osiander, 9F2, Mr. Coffey.
No, 9F2, 9F4.
I haven't gotten to 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I misunderstood you.
9F4. And it's from the regular consent agenda. From the addendum to the agenda, item 9A2 has been pulled by Mr. Gutierrez, 9D6 by Ms. Osiander, 9D12, Mr. Starr, 9F9, Ms. Johnston, and from the laid on the table items agenda, 9B8 by Ms. Gray Jackson. Did I miss anything? Okay. The administration. Any items to pull?
No items to pull, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Handyside. All right. These items have been pulled. The consent agenda is before us. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved as submitted. First item. Okay, let me make sure we didn't appoint anybody. Okay. From the addendum, first item, 9A2.
Move to approve.
Second.
Resolution AR 2009-62, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the opening of the Consulate of Mexico in Anchorage and welcoming Consul Jose Luis Cuevas. Mr. Gutierrez and Dr. Selkirk.
Madam Chair, before...
Any objection to unanimous consent on this resolution? Seeing none, that item is passed.
Are we going to read it?
Madam Chair, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Madam Chair, I'd like to be added also, please. Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the opening of the Consulate of Mexico in Anchorage and welcoming Consul Jose Luis Cuevas. Whereas throughout its history, Anchorage has welcomed people from around the world of every national and ethnic background, and we appreciate the contributions made by citizens of all cultures, including a flourishing Mexican community whose members share the honored values and traditions of their homeland and uphold the principles of freedom and democracy that are fundamental to life in America. And whereas we recognize the positive impact that our Hispanic communities have had upon social, cultural, and economic development of the state of Alaska and our nation, whereby they have excelled in many areas of endeavor, including public service, business and industry, science and technology, education, the arts, and sports. And whereas the Consulate of Mexico established its official opening on February 20th, 2009 in Anchorage, highlighting Mexican President Felipe Calderon's 6-year master plan of opening additional consular offices in the United States. And whereas Consul of Mexico Jose Luis Cuevas' mission is to not only assist the Mexican nationals, but also to foster an excellent working relationship with the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement agencies of the state of Alaska. And whereas Consul of Mexico Jose Luis Cuevas' mission also includes creating a partnership between Mexico and the state of Alaska to bring Mexican businesses to Alaska and vice versa. And whereas Mexico has oil, much like Alaska, the presence of Consul Jose Luis Cuevas will facilitate the exchange of knowledge and information to benefit both Mexico and Alaska. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of goodwill, the municipality of Anchorage welcomes Consul Jose Luis Cuevas and extends the office of the Consulate of Mexico our best wishes.
Madam Chairperson,
members of the committee, acting mayor. Thank you. On behalf of the Mexican government, allow me to just say this. Anchorage and Alaska now have a friend with Mexico and a direct link with the government of Mexico, so please take advantage of that. Anytime, anywhere, just give me a call. Thank you very much. And we're here to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cuevas. We appreciate your service. Ms. Gray Jackson, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted my name to be added to the resolution. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, so noted. And as well as Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you. Next item before us is 9B5, Resolution AR 2009-57, a resolution appropriating $20,000 from the U.S. Department of the Interior, National Park Service appropriating $22,000 for a downtown Anchorage historic walking tour and education project. 9B5. A motion would be in order? Mr. Coffey? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Second, please. Can we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Here's what happens when we have, piecemeal appropriations and expenditures. This takes $22,000 from general fund and puts it into a project at this time involving developing a walking plan for downtown Anchorage, which is probably not a bad idea, but I can't imagine it costs $42,057. So I asked some questions about it, and we apparently passed, and I don't hope everybody got it. I got a response from them, and we passed a grant. We passed a resolution in 2007 that says go apply for the grant. And in 2007, I will only note this, that the financial situation of the municipality was substantially different in 2007 than it is today. And so I'm not going to support this. And I note in the resolution that it didn't include any reference to the necessity of $22,000 that I could see when I read it today. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I have a question. Do we have to match it to receive the money?
Administration.
Do we have to match it to receive the money?
The funds are actually out of an account number called 740, which is a restricted account specifically for historic preservation.
Oh, it is.
It's not part of the general fund. I wanted just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Michael. Any other questions? Mr. Starr.
Well, I'll also not be supporting. I think the priorities are what I kind of consider. Part of the email, when I saw some clarification, spoke to the other historic kiosks that were in disrepair, and as I think the writer said, it was an embarrassment to the city. So I guess if city monies are going to be put in there, we've got the historic kiosks that are out there now on a walking tour that are disarray. I haven't inspected them, but if that's the historic committee members' recommendations that we get those fixed up too, I'd rather see those done first. So,
through the chair, the grant application is specifically for the walking tour. We can't change the intent of the grant. The kiosks are a priority for the Historic Preservation Commission, and they are working on that, but they plan to raise private dollars to actually repair those kiosks. So these particular dollars have a specific intent.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Ms. Michael, what's the source of the 741 funds or 740 funds? Is that a federal grant of some sort? Or?
No. You may recall that previously we had an organization called Anchorage Historic Properties that acted as the commission for the municipality. And they had funding that they received, I think, during the Project 80s, of about $2 million. And in the last few years, we recaptured the dollars that were not spent, and we put those in a historic preservation fund, and they're dedicated for historic preservation purposes, and we have a new commission that oversees those funds and makes recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Selcraig?
Those funds are actually obligated to be spent on historic preservation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnston?
Did the commission help in writing this grant?
They did they actually help write it? Probably the technical portion of the grant was written by our staff in our office, but the recommendations came from the commission to move forward with the application, and that's why we brought it to you, to make sure you would be okay with the application as well.
So they actually initiated.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Mr. Coffey?
He's out of the room.
Do we need to wait?
Six.
That passes 6-3 with one abstaining or absent temporarily. Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, 9B7 from the addendum. Motion would be in order.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is Resolution AR 2009-60, a resolution appropriating $87,420 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to AMATS for traffic counts 09-11.
Point of order.
Yes,
or
Ms.
Point of
Osiander.
information. I didn't have B7 marked down as an item that was pulled.
I don't either.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, you're right.
Bravo 8 was
You're right.
what I had.
Hold on a second. Well, 9B8. Apologize. There's too many agendas here, folks. 9B8 is the item, Resolution AR 2009-65.
But I withdrew my move to approve on the last. We already
It's
moved
been
and
approved.
seconded the wrong thing.
Yeah, but it was a moot point because we've already approved it.
Yep, that was my mistake. I apologize. Remove that from the record. Ms. Gray Jackson, you pulled this one.
Thank you,
Motion
Madam
would be in
Chair.
order.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Resolution AR 2009-65, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reducing the 2009 general government operating costs for the Assembly. That item is before us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been a lot of discussion about this position within the Assembly's budget for weeks now, and a lot of discussion this past weekend. And I didn't pull it to spend a lot of time talking about it because everybody knows why I personally think this is important. It's important because it helps us to do our job, and it helps us to be the check and balance in this municipality in terms of the administration's funds. And what I'd also hope is that the authors of this resolution and those who think that it's a good idea to get rid of the opportunity to have some really clear check and balances, I hope that you change your mind and get rid of the $13,200 that's spent to feed you at work sessions and at Assembly meetings. With that said, Madam Chair, I will be voting no, and I hope that we can put it on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, Ms. Gray Jackson and I have had many discussions about this position, and I personally feel that we cannot ask the administration to cut unfilled positions without doing it ourselves. This is a position that's been unfilled for a number of years now. We've been able to work without it. It's actually over $80,000. I also agree with Ms. L.B. Gray Jackson as far as the meals. I think I came up with an idea this weekend as far as how to have the meals and have each of us pay for it, which I think which is fine. I don't think we need to have free meals, but that's only $13,000. We do have a big budget gap, and I think as the Assembly we need to be in the front as far as making cuts, and this is one of the first cuts that I'm going to suggest. There's others. Thank you. And I am voting yes, and I hope others do too.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Osiander.
I just wanted to clarify an email I didn't quite understand. Have people is this position been open and people are applying for it? That can't be right, can it?
There were applications that came in, but they have not been reviewed or assessed because there was some doubt on whether the position would be filled.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because this body unanimously passed a hiring freeze resolution. I'm hoping that we're all paying attention to that.
I think this was before that. This began before that.
Well, I'm sorry, what was long before?
The
The
applications were
applications
accepted
came in before that
Yep.
was passed.
in
Okay.
December? In early January.
Okay. I am going to be supporting this. We have actually discussed this for far longer than just the past couple weeks. It's been discussed every time the budget has come up. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkirk.
I can understand the value of a budget analyst for the Assembly, but I think what we're doing right now is we're asking every department to do without things that they could actually use. I mean, when we have to reduce $17 million from the budget, it's not frills. We're trying to figure out every possible way we can save. And I just don't think as a body we can go to the departments and ask them not to hire new positions and not to actually in some case fill positions and not follow those rules ourselves. So, I look forward to the day when we are in a better financial position and more prepared to actually pay for this. But it seems to me right now we can't. And I also feel like the administration has a good relationship with the administrative staff in terms of budget and finance, and that we're able to get information that we need. So as much as it would be great to pass this, it just doesn't seem to be in keeping with the rest of the work we're doing, which is really working to reduce the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear Dr. Selkirk's argument, and I actually agree with that argument, that we're making cuts everywhere else, and so it's difficult for us to fill a position that's been on the budget for some time. The one issue that I need to take is with the notion that this body's been working well without staff. I think we're going to hear tonight several issues where, frankly, this Assembly bungled a few things because we didn't necessarily have a full grasp and understanding, and many of us have said that. We didn't understand exactly some of the language that was brought before us, and I think maybe professional staff might have helped us in that arena. That said, I do understand the budgetary argument, and I think that's a valid argument, but I will still be opposing the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Dr. Selkirk again?
Actually, I just withdrew. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No further comments? Seeing none, please vote.
Ms. Drummond?
That item passes 6-4. 9B. Do we need to re-vote? Clear the screen?
I can.
Move for reconsideration, so to allow the vote to be corrected, Madam Chair, or if the clerk can do it.
I can do it. I can change it, Administrator.
She's changing it to what?
You change it to a yes, Dr. Selkirk?
Okay, that item passes 7-3. Okay. Hold on a second. It's hard to find. 9C2. 9C. Next item is under bid awards, item 9C2. Assembly Memorandum AIM 122-2009. Recommendation of award for 2 front loaders and 2 automated side loader refuse collection trucks. A motion would be in order.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr should push.
Mr. Starr, you need to push your first motion button, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay. And discussion on this item?
Yeah, I have some. It's okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciated the administrative attention to my questions. I got them. I will say, without being flippant, I don't agree with the responses for these. In particular, the automated side-loading refuse trucks. I remember the discussions that we had as they related to the needs for these trucks in the recycling program in particular, and then the automated pickup. And I agree with the efficiencies and the need to do that. I want to put a note of caution in where the reference to the implementation of Phase 2 of the recycling program comes into play and the dependency on these trucks to continue to expand the recycling program into phase 2. And I can't support it as packaged, and I leave this up to the rest of my body to help me figure out. Really, the only item I have a challenge with is number 3. Solid Waste Services makes a good argument for sort of the vehicles that used in the landfill, but the automated trucks, I'd rather have a delay on the purchase of those pending a work session on descriptions of just how well phase 1 for recycling worked. I'm challenged by some of the things. We mandate mechanized pickup. We mandate a charge to the residents that we incur that out. The bottom has dropped out on recyclables. Smurfit Stone is now in bankruptcy. They were our tender of our recyclable waste stream, and things have changed. And I'm looking at other flexible equipment. The hopper height on these trucks, I believe, is too high to be versatile for other pickup. And I know it looks like we bid them. The Heil equipment looks like they weighed in, but I still think that we would want to look at our specifications that talk about the over-the-top mechanized pickup only for $500,000 for the trucks. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. As far as these trucks, I know this spring we might be getting into some problems as far as green waste. Does Solid Waste Services have any plan as far as how they're going to handle recyclables, trash, and lawn clippings? And are these trucks, will these be capable to handle that?
Through Chair, Ms. Johnston, we'll have Mark Madden come and answer those questions.
I'm sorry, I should have done this earlier. I apologize for doing it now.
Okay, through the chair, Ms. Johnston. At this point, we're still working on a few details on how exactly we're going to do that. More than likely, the automated trucks will not be used for the green waste pickup because the trucks are designed to collect off of a more specific can, and most people put their green waste out in plastic bags and that sort. So for this spring, we probably will not be using them at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Madden. Stick around. There might be more questions for you. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. My questions are these. When would these trucks, it's on the second page of the AM, and it's the response to the bids. It lists the various items we're talking about. My understanding, Mr. Starr is talking about item number 3, automated side loader refuse trucks, 2 of them, for a little over $500,000. So my question is this. If you ordered them now, when would you take delivery?
We anticipate taking the delivery of that to mid to late September.
And if it were delayed and you got the loaders for the dump and the flatbed and all that stuff, my understanding was there's two aspects to this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. One of them is that these would handle both of the type of receptacles we have for regular garbage and for recycling. It's a mechanical pick and it dumps them in the top. And unless we have those kinds of trash containers, these trucks would not work if you had just regular old garbage cans and stuff.
The automated trucks are you referring to?
Yes.
They work best with the roll cart containers that we use.
You have sufficient to handle the recycling and the regular trash with those new containers.
There will be a purchase of additional containers later this summer to take phase 2.
Okay, so you're moving into phase 2 later this summer. That's the plan.
The plan is, we roll it out in October, same as last year.
And then here's my concern. Part of the justification and the reason I supported what you did earlier was because we had a lot of benefits associated with Smurfit and recycling, and if they are now in bankruptcy, and I'm not sure what's going to happen, and that also the recycling circumstances are vastly different than they were 6-9 months ago whenever we did this the first time. And I don't know what's going to happen to commodity prices either, although I'm sure that within the next decade they'll do this 6 times. They always do. So my question is there any reason that would be detrimental to Solid Waste Services if we said, let's put this off and wait and see what happens when the new mayor gets here and we've got a few more months in this situation?
Okay. First, can I clarify one item, and that is, yes, Smurfit Stone is in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Delta Airlines has gone through Chapter 11 bankruptcy. United Airlines has gone through Chapter 11 bankruptcy. That doesn't mean that they are shutting down tomorrow.
No, it doesn't. It means
And
they
so-
could or they might not.
They could or they might not, absolutely. The other is if we delay this, basically the bid expires, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Malden, in 10 days? Correct.
In 10 days?
In 10 days. And so the trucks would have to go through the rebid process yet again.
Which costs us a certain amount of administrative time
Yes.
and money.
Absolutely.
All right. What would be the effect on solid waste services if we didn't acquire this? You wouldn't go in and expand into phase 2, is that right?
Phase 2 would not come out until sometime in 2010.
All right. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Handyside?
Yes, well, Mark, did you just want to point out any efficiencies of the that we can gain through the trucks, that even if we didn't continue with the recycling program, that and just talk about efficiencies gained through pickups in the neighborhoods?
Sure. The trucks themselves, there was two primary reasons we bought the trucks in the first place. The number one reason was workers' comp claims. The 5 years before we started looking at these trucks, we had $800,000 in workers' comp claims for the collection utility alone. These trucks should take most, if not all of that away. The other is, as we passed along to Mr. Starr, right now those trucks are collecting 750 homes in the same shift period that our manual trucks are collecting 450 homes. So there's a huge savings. And even if recycling went away, we would still want to go to automated just for the efficiency and the safety to our workers.
That was my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig, question.
I have some concerns. Early on, when we were beginning this process, I raised the issue of whether or not the cans were bear-proof, and I got kind of the soft answer back that they kind of were. And it's my understanding that they kind of aren't. Nope. At least in my neighborhood, they're not. And it seems to me that some assessment right now, before we go into phase 2, with coming up with a system that actually can use a bear-proof can is really essential, because we've got critical issues in terms of wildlife wandering around our neighborhoods on trash day. So I'm a big supporter of recycling. I appreciate the efficiencies, but it actually, Mr. Starr's comment of assessing how successful this has been and really looking at whether or not these cans are the cans that we really want, and how we're going to address this issue of, particularly in East Anchorage, where we're butted up against the parkland. If we're going to roll out new cans, it would make sense to have an opportunity to have bear-proof cans.
I fully agree. My only comment to that is you can give any kind of can to anybody, but when you drive through the neighborhoods and you see the difference where we use these roll carts on trash day, it's a remarkably neater, cleaner setup. The carts themselves aren't bear-proof, but no matter what cart you use, if people aren't using the cart correctly, you'll never have a bear-proof system.
Yes, but you'll never have a bear-proof system even when people are using the carts correctly if they're not bear-proof. I mean, that's the real issue. And my question is what's the option, or how can we, it just seems odd for us to go to a brand new, expensive system that doesn't address this issue when we've been talking about this issue for 2 years, at least since I've been on here. And I raised it early on. I was given the impression that these were, but they're really not. So is there some way to, since we've got a phase 2, if we actually in phase 2 found a system that could accommodate a bear-proof can, I would rather see us buy that so that we wouldn't have this trouble and so that they could be used in areas that were more sensitive. So anyhow, it matters. This conflict between people and animals right now has gotten, it accelerates in the summer, and we really have an obligation, I think, to do as much as we can to prevent, kind of aggravating the problem. So actually, I do think we have to assess it. I'm not ready to support this.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Birch, next question.
Just a question on glass.
Yes, sir.
At one time we were collecting glass, and then I believe they're not collecting glass. Is it too costly to ship it out of state, and there's no demand here locally, or where are we at with glass?
Yeah. LPAR had been supporting the glass grinding plant that was started out at Point Warrenzoff years ago, and partly the amount of glass that was being collected started to far exceed what was they were able to grind, and then the markets that they were able to grind to have been drying up rapidly. So the problem is that there isn't a good market to sell right now in the state, and you're absolutely right that between the weight and the value of glass outside is relatively nil. It really makes no economic sense at this time to do that, but we are working through other issues.
So it's a material that it was being recycled at one time, but now it just goes into the conventional waste stream because it doesn't have sufficient value in the market to pull it out of the waste stream?
That's correct. That's correct.
Do you anticipate that happening with any other currently recycled materials? I'm thinking cardboard and kind of the other stuff that gets pulled out of the waste stream.
Well, everything obviously has a value at any given time. And, right now we're actually working with various other parties to get glass back into the recycle market. Problem with glass is it basically, once you grind it up, it competes with sand and gravel, which is a very low value item to begin with. There is the potential that other materials may at different times lose their value completely. Plastic bags is a classic example. There's no market for plastic bags right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Shoot, now I forgot my question.
Would you like me to go on to the next person?
Yeah, go on to the next one. Come back to me because I've just.
Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the administration, and Mark, you may not be able to answer. You weren't privy to the conversation. I had a meeting, I want to say September. Ms. Michael was present. Brad Dunker was present. We talked about the bear-proof container issue. And it was mentioned at that time that they don't work with the automated system. We knew that. But I was told at the time that someone was working on a prototype of a new container that was bear resistant that would work with the automated system. Do we know if there's been any progress on that front?
Well, as far as solid waste, we've talked to the vendor of our cans that we use right now, Toter equipment, about that. They're looking into a variety of different things, but it's very difficult to have something that you don't want to open automatically when you do want to. It's kind of a different challenge. At this point, we've got requests into several different manufacturers to come up and see if there's any ideas of ways to make it so that you can still have automated collection, which is a huge benefit to us as an industry, and be bear-proof. But so far, nobody has come forward with a good idea yet.
I would ask that, as best you can, to focus on that, because obviously the automated collection is a huge benefit to this city, just from a budgetary standpoint. The efficiencies that you gain from that are things that the kind of things we desperately need in this time, but also in certain parts of the city, we also are in great need of the bear-resistant containers. So if you can redouble your efforts in that arena in any way, I would be happy to see that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Handyside.
Yes, through the chair, I just wanted to comment. I wish that Brad Dunker was here. He is our current kind of bear specialist who is working on bear issues. Dr. Selcraig, would definitely recognize your concerns and be able to verbalize all that he's been doing in addition to bear-proof garbage cans to try to limit the amount of bear activity. Mark, and one of the things that we're doing is working with Alaska Waste as well to see what they're doing and perhaps to copy any good programs that they have. But Mark, can you remind me how many bear incidents are kind of in your service area that you encounter? I can't recall.
In our service area?
Yes.
I can't recall either. I don't believe we have any.
I guess we haven't focused on it as much because there hasn't been as much frequency perhaps as in Alaska Waste area, but we are definitely looking for it. I also wanted to make sure that we're differentiating between the curbside recycling program, which is what this purchase is for, being different than the overall recycling program that we initiated last year. They have similarities, but they're different issues, and to remind the Assembly that we will be reporting to you on the progress of that recycling program. And as to the cans and the success of the cans and the size of the cans and the bear-proof cans and our thoughts on the cans, I know that Mark Madden and his staff have done extensive outreach in the form of surveys to over 800 customers. They've received about 250 responses back. Most of them have been overwhelmingly positive so far about curbside recycling in particular. So even though this is a new program that we have not had enough time to really demonstrate the success, we feel our initial attempts have been very successful and hope to be able to show that to you at our report next month.
Thank you, Ms. Handyside. Mr. Starr.
I have one question, and then I'd like to make a motion. I have a concern that the trucks aren't versatile enough. If we're going to modify recycling to not include mechanized curbside pickup, these trucks, the hopper height is too high to allow a driver to jump out and throw something into the side load. Is that right?
That's the way they're designed specifically, so that we don't have drivers climbing out of the trucks. Yes.
And as well, then, if you had a breakdown in another rig that was driver load, you couldn't dispatch this new truck up into the marketplace that had standard cans.
No, but we do have adequate spares of our existing trucks to do so.
Okay. I appreciate you dialoguing and debating and all those things. I'd like to move to delete number 3 from the AM, which is the automated side loader refuse trucks. Be item number 3 on page 2. I'd like to move to delete that.
Push first motion. Okay. Thank you. That motion is on the floor. Any discussion? Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, my belief is that this recycling program is still just getting going, that it won't hurt us substantially to continue with that program and perhaps delay phase 2 till we can get some information. I am one of the guinea pigs. I am a happy guinea pig, but I don't want to make decisions just on my happiness. So I think that it's appropriate in this day and age to withhold approval of additional purchases on the order of $500,000, and let's take a look at it in a few more months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Johnston.
Ms. Handyside answered most of my question, which is I wanted to know what the public response, because one of the things we did when we purchased these trucks before was so Mr. Coffey could be a guinea pig. And we wanted, and I have to say that I don't have the number of emails that I had earlier in the season coming to me with great complaints about it. I think it would be very helpful for us to have copies of or have an idea of your surveys. I think it would also be very helpful of the diversion, what's happened as far as trash. I think it would also be very helpful as far as the recycling. I know, and we are in an issue of recycling. We're in, as I've said many times in these chambers now, a time of deflation. And if your basic resource is coming down in price, the basic resource being made back into the basic resource has no market. And I know that our markets are very, very low for any recyclable goods at this point. I also know that the way this recycling program was brought out was a bale system. So it was not a sorted system like others. And that's my only problem with these trucks, is that we can't go to a sorted system like other cities have, because if we lose the market of the baling system where Smurfit says that they will no longer take a bale, then we're back into a situation where we have recyclables and not sure what we're going to be able to do with them. Thank you. But I guess my question was, we need all that material to make these decisions. We need to know what the general, how the first guinea pigs are doing, what's been diverted, what's been the cost, and has it worked? And I think that's what we're missing in this bid.
Well, I can give you a couple of pieces of that. As Ms. Handyside said earlier, we just put out a very brief survey, and actually the intent was to find out if people were interested in a different size recycling can, but what we got was an overwhelming number of other comments that said, oh, by the way, this thing is great, we love it, don't take my cans away. And we've been very much, our emails and phone calls have very much tracked yours, and it was kind of expected that the initial rollout of the program would get quite a bit of response and not necessarily very friendly. And that has been the case, although the number of calls and complaints and questions has dropped off markedly after about the first month and a half. And we're going into it, we were told that the first 6 months would be very difficult for us from other cities that have done this. So we think we're kind of tracking along other communities that have gone through the same thing. As far as diversion, right now our automated recycle trucks collect about 50 tons per month, which works out to about 24% of the total waste that we pick up on those routes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's curious to me. We seem to be very stuck on the topic of recycling. And Mr. Madden, correct me if I'm wrong. You stated that were we doing no curbside recycling within your service area, period, you'd still be using this automated system for pickup? Or would still want to eventually achieve all of your trucks on automated pickup?
Well, absolutely. As I said, the 5 years before that we started seriously looking at these trucks, we had $800,000 in workers' comp claims alone. That would pay for 6 of these trucks or 7 of these trucks. So just in that value alone.
So forget about recycling. No recycling. Recycling doesn't exist. We still need these trucks.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, what's always sort of frustrated me in my observations of government over the year is oftentimes to save a few dollars, government spends quite a few dollars. In Juneau, we used to call it being penny wise and dollar stupid. It seems to me like the savings that we're going to achieve by ultimately going to an automated pickup system, both in time that these vehicles spend on the route, in reduction in workers' comp claims, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, far outweighs the cost of these 2 trucks. For that reason, and because with taking recycling out of the equation, the argument about not being able to throw something up over the truck because of the height of the bin, I think is a rather spurious argument, because we're still going to be using it for automated pickup, whether we're doing recycling or not. For those reasons, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr.
I just want to clarify, there's trucks that will do both, and I guess that's my point, is there's a truck that could go by today and do the automated pickup with the standard cans, and then that same truck, if we spec'd a different one, could drive that same route and have the driver jump out every 6th home and grab the small little bin that has newspaper in it. If the truck hopper height was high enough, he wouldn't have to need the mechanical pickup can or anything like that. So you have no flexibility for a driver to jump out with these trucks, correct?
These trucks, no. What you're talking about is what they call semi-automated collection, sir, and it's far less efficient, and you get back into the realm of workers' comp errors. You know, part of the biggest issue that you get workers' comps is throwing things. The other is getting in and getting out of the truck. When you do that 500 times, it's difficult.
I want the flexibility to expand recycling as you do, but I think we're going to see it down to just maybe newspaper only, and every 6th house may do that, or a neighborhood can. A lot of flexibility as it relates to that. So I'm a fan of the mechanized pickup, but I believe it isn't a semi-automated. Both that Heil and McNeilus make a can that will do fully automated mechanical pickups with your standard cans, the ones we already own, as well as having a lower hopper height to allow driver-assisted load. So I've given brochures. The last purchase order we did it. So I just would urge some prudence to decide that we buy the equipment that can serve our community both ways. That's the point of my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Please vote on the amendment to remove item 3. Yes. That item passes 6-4. That item is removed. The amended motion is before us. Any further discussion? Dr. Selcraig.
I'm not going to be supporting this. I just think it's interesting that we're bringing unions to the table and asking them to give up wages. There's a new budget laid on the table tonight, and we've gone through and potentially reduced significantly all sorts of community activities. I just think this is not a time to spend $1 million on new trucks. And I can remember in my life when I didn't have much money and I just drove the car longer. And I don't suggest that these things aren't needed at some level, but the fact is that, you know, I just think we can wait a year. I mean, this is $1 million. And the administration tonight alluded that they've talked all week and about a $2 million, or no, $1 million cut that's going to, that's related to fire, that's going to affect a whole lot of people. My hunch is that we could probably, you know, spend the maintenance money to keep these trucks going another year, and use that $1 million in a better way elsewhere. So I won't be supporting it. It's the kind of thing I think we ought to look hard at in this budget, rather than cutting people and cutting wages. So I'm not going to support this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to be supporting this. I think that there was a time in my life when, you know, my wife and I didn't have a lot of money, and she was driving a very old car, and we didn't really have the money to afford a different car. But it got to the point in her old car when the maintenance bills were about $700 a month, when payment on a new used car would have been about $300 a month. And again, I think it's a case of being penny wise and dollar foolish. I think if we spend this money, it's actually going to save us money in the long run. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one comment in reference to what Dr. Selcraig said about the budget, but we're not dealing with the general government operating budget with this purchase. I know that. If you'd like to respond, Mr. Maddox.
That is correct. This comes out of the solid waste capital budget.
Right.
I would also point out we're down to $500,000, and I would point out those trucks that we're replacing are nearly 10 years old, which is about 4 years beyond the normal life of a garbage truck already.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selcraig?
Well, but, you know, I want to note that the solid waste budget actually contributed to the Community and Economic Development Committee. There's a whole variety of things that budget can contribute to besides trucks, and it is public money. I mean, we have the capacity within our budget structure to, if you have extra resources, to make contributions and to a whole variety of other things, and we're going to have a lot of needs that we have to meet. So I'm aware that this is a capital budget item, but it's still public money, and I think we have to be creative and thoughtful about what we're doing. So I'm not going to support it.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. My concerns were voiced over the trucks, predominantly because we got them initially associated with recycling. Also, the ratepayers, if they have to get those new cans, and then the rates change, so then we'd be raising that cost to them, in part to offset the cost of collection and so forth in the service area. And I understand that. On this other stuff, though, I have this question. There's roughly $500,000 left. What, if you keep these for another year, as Dr. Selcraig suggested, what does it cost us by way of maintenance? And is there any other expenses of which I am unaware? I understand if you got to make something go 11 years when it ought to go 10 or less, it's going to cost you more in maintenance because things wear out. What are we talking about if we follow her recommendation and don't vote for this thing? 50 grand, 100 grand?
May I ask Mr. Vanderwood, my collections superintendent, to
collections or maintenance?
Collections. He's the
collections.
He's the head of that
unpaid
department.
bills. Gotcha. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, to answer your question, we generally have a replacement schedule of about 7 years on the vehicles, depending on how well they do. Sometimes you get a vehicle that's a lemon, sometimes you don't. But in most cases, anytime you go past that 7-year mark, each year becomes exponentially more expensive to maintain those vehicles. And you're probably looking at this point about 40% more per month to maintain those vehicles under our current period than you would at a 7-year replacement.
Then quantify that for me. What's 40% more mean? If it's 40% against $20, it's nothing. If it's $200,000, it's a lot of money.
Again, each one's somewhat unique, but in general, if I had to estimate, I would say that you're probably looking at per vehicle per year an increase of about $12,000 per year of maintenance costs.
So we're talking a flatbed, a front-end loader, and another truck right here in this, what's left in this deal? So you're talking $30,000 to $40,000.
Actually, the flatbed, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the PO has already been cut. Is that correct, Mr. Malden? So therefore, we're looking at the 2 commercial front-load trucks still on the agenda.
So the flatbed's new,
Yes, it is.
and we don't have one now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Klayman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just been discussing with staff, in the amendment that was approved by a 6-4 vote made by Mr. Starr to take out item 3, the new trucks. I'm noticing my veto of that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We ought to override it right now.
Okay. And you'll be presenting that to us formally when, Mr. Mayor?
Well, we can get you something in writing tomorrow, but I believe for purposes of acting tonight, we're giving you notice now that we're vetoing the amendment, so that unless that veto is overridden, you have to, when you vote on the action before you, you're voting on it, unless that's overridden, you're voting on that with that item still in.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Can we move and take action now regarding the mayor's veto, or do we have to finish the entire issue?
I'd
for
like
expeditious.
I'd like to ask for some advice from our various legal counsel.
I would just note our position, unless Mr. Reeves corrects me, we don't have objection to the Assembly taking up the veto now in terms of whether the Assembly wants to override the veto before it acts on the entire resolution.
Okay, let's take a couple of minutes stand down to figure this out. Thank you. Okay. Attention, please. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Assembly members, please return to the table.
Good job, Robbie.
Join us, Mr. Coffey. Thank you. The mayor has submitted a veto. He has not submitted it in writing yet. We will wait to receive that in writing. Meanwhile, the item is on the floor, and we'll figure out what to do with the veto when we receive the formal notice of it. We are in the process of voting on the amended motion that was before us. Any additional comments? Okay, thank you. Please vote on the amended motion.
Madam Chair, could you explain again what we're voting on? I'm sorry.
We're voting on AIM 122-2009, a recommendation to award to Western Peterbilt, Inc. to furnish 2 front loader. Let's see.
We're voting on the main motion.
We're voting on the main motion with items 1 and 2A and 2B, with item 3 deleted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to make a comment, Mr. Birch? Okay, that item is before us. Please vote. It is open for voting. That item fails 5-5.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration.
It failed. That's right. It failed. Mr. Starr, you're not on the so-called winning side in a negative vote. Okay, the prevailing side. Anyone else wish to call for reconsideration? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on. I assume the administration will bring that back to us at some point in the future, along with a work session on the success of the recycling program thus far. Ms. Handyside.
We'd be delighted to, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. We are 992. Next item before us is 9D2.
Second.
Thank you. It's Assembly Memorandum AIM 123-2009, 2009 grant to Campfire USA to operate and administer the Tyson Campfire Program in the amount of $50,000.
Waiver. Oh.
It's red.
Okay, it's before us. Any comments? Ms. Osiander.
As I announced at the last meeting, I'm going to be somewhat of a budget hawk for a while. And even with a program that I personally think is wonderful and have supported personally. I note that a 3% reduction to this grant would be $1,500. I'm not going the 5%. I was looking at the 3%. So I'm just going to move to reduce this by $1,500, a 3% reduction.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded to amend. Comments on the amendment? Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deja vu all over again. Conversation last week is the same conversation this week regarding the similar grant for the Fairview program. Pay now or pay later. If you don't think having working families having a place to put their kids is a good idea, would prefer that those working families instead let those kids run around unsupervised and get into whatever kind of trouble they get into, or perhaps stay home and not work and thereby need more support from their government, then this is a good amendment. I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Dr. Selcraig.
All amount. What I know about this particular grant is it came in for substantially more in the original budget, and we cut it back, and it's actually shaved down so that there's a number of kids that can be taken care of with this amount of money. And it's not that we would stop the program, but it would have a direct impact. And so this is where we're in this budget process, and I think we have to discern our way through it. And to me, some things are more important than others. And I will not support cutting this particular item because it's such an essential issue to have child care after school. So I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are representatives from Campfire here. I'd like to hear what the impact of this cut might be.
Mr. Gutierrez, if I could note, we are way behind in the agenda.
I will absolutely yield. It's a wonderful program. I think it's great. I think it's going to serve wonderful benefits to the community. I will yield that. If we could expedite the conversation, I'd appreciate it.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to get you out of your seat. Any further comments? Mr. Coffey.
Did everybody get this today? It's something we've asked for. The history of this is there was a $95,000 appropriation originally. We added $50,000 to it several weeks ago.
First quarter.
Now, Ms. Osiander's cut is $1,500. So we gave them $50,000 more when we didn't know we had a huge deficit. And Ms. Osiander will probably go 3, 5, 7, 10% across every one of these as we go down it to the extent that the administration didn't do it. That's number one. Number two, we have no criteria other than personal judgment about whether we think this is good, bad, or indifferent. The United Way, which also hands out money, is developing a set of criteria for measuring how this stuff works. I was talking today, we might be better off just to give it to United Way, use their criteria, and let them dole it all out, and we'd be done with this thing. But to me, the idea that a $50,000 increase at a time when we didn't know there was a problem, followed by a, $1,500 reduction, is not so devastating that it's somehow going to keep children and turn them into criminals if we don't give them after-school care. And if that's what they elect to cut, I'm sorry, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig?
I'm not sure I'm reading this the same way Mr. Coffey is. That's not my recollection, and I think they came in for $100,000 and we cut it to $50,000 in our original work. So and I don't think there's good guys and bad guys here. I just think that we have to discern, all have to make our choices here. And to me, we can't treat everything exactly the same because everything isn't exactly the same. And this isn't a core service, so.
Thank you. Any more comments? Seeing none, please vote. On the amendment, a vote yes approves a $1,500 cut. A vote no leaves it as is.
Mr. Coffey, Dr. Selkirk.
No, I didn't. Wait, it's a no. I'm not voting. Yeah, thank you. I have to think about it.
That item fails. That amendment fails 5-5. The item unamended is before us. Any further comments? Seeing none, please vote. This item passes 9-1. Thank you. Next item, 9D3.
Second.
Thank you. Assembly Memorandum AM 134-2009, 2009 grant to Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, AEDC, to operate and administer AEDC programs in the amount of $481,500. Ms. Osiander, you pulled this item.
Move to amend by reducing by $20,000.
Point of order before I, yeah, point of order.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Is that from the 481, it already has a 9,000 reduction, or from the original amount?
Well, I would prefer it be from the general government operating budget. That's the only part I can really control.
Okay, but from there was an original 90 that you reduced it to 81. You want to take it down to 61?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I understand it now, Madam Chair.
Okay. 461,500. Okay. Any further comments? If not, please vote on the amendment to reduce down to 461,500 through the reduction in the general government operating budget section of this revenue picture. That fails 5-5. The item is before us. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Coffey.
I sent out a memo today, and what I thought was we had taken the standard cut across the board for AEDC through the administration. There is a valid, legitimate question about what do we get for our $481,500. Now, today, with the reduction from the general budget, is, in my view, not the time to have that deliberation. That is something that should be done relative to the 2010 budget. And I just thought taking another $20,000 away at this time was substantially more than was appropriate. So I don't know that we should go much further than what we did, but if someone had a lesser amount to suggest, I might find that acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
I'll try one more time, then I'll give up. Move to delete $10,000 from this figure and have it come from the general operating budget.
Thank you. Any discussion on this amendment? Okay. Ms. Osiander, okay. You have moved. Mr. Birch has seconded.
471.5?
Yes, to 471.5. Discussion on this piece of the amendment? Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Well, it depends if you're looking at the total amount or if you're looking from the amount from general government.
Of the total amount.
Of the total amount, it's far less than the original 5% was about 24,000. So I went a little under 5 of the total. But then I'm directing it from the general government operating. So it's a
of the total, it's a little more than 2%. Something like that.
Probably about that. I didn't do.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk? Okay, thank you. That amendment is before us. Please vote to reduce it to 471.5. That item passes 9-1. The item is before us and as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Forgive me.
Go ahead.
I did a boo-boo. I pushed the wrong button.
Did
I
you
know.
mean?
There are only 2, and I missed. Thank you.
Changes it to unanimous to reduce. Okay, that item is reduced, and it is before us. Any objection to passage as amended? Seeing none, that item passes. As amended. We're on item 96 from the addendum. Assembly Memorandum AM 126-2009A, Contract Amendment Number 3 to Professional Services Contract with Kinney Engineering, LLC for the Glen Highway Eagle Glen Subdivision Area Drainage Project. $90,000.
Move to approve the A version. Second. And I can't push the button. The board won't let me.
Okay, hold on a second. There it is. I haven't.
I don't.
Hit the red line item at the top of your screen. You got it? Okay.
I still don't.
Okay.
All I can have is request to speak.
The clerk has it. You can go ahead and did you want to speak to your motion?
No, this is related to the same issue that Mr. Starr and I brought forth to amend in our legislative request program. It's a significant drainage and flooding issue in Eagle River. This will allow the first step to that. It'll be putting in thaw wires in the culverts under the Glen Highway. So urge approval strongly. Thank you.
Okay, and that changes that the S version or the substitute version changes it from a contract from $99,154 to $90,000. Is that correct?
Yes, if there's any questions, it'd be best to refer them to project management and engineering instead of me. But
okay.
The A version is the one. The one we just got is the one that we wanted.
Yes, the A version is the one that is before us.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Part 96, correct. The A version. Okay. All right. Any further? Seeing no discussion, any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Seeing none, that item passes.
Thank you.
97. Assembly Memorandum 127-2009, a recommendation to authorize Solid Waste Services to enter into an agreement with Matanuska Electric Association for construction and operation of a landfill gas-fueled electric generation facility at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. Oh, I'm sorry. I read the wrong one. Sorry, folks.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's D12.
Oh, 97.
Actually, that's 9012. Has that been pulled? Hold on a minute.
Oh, the camera.
Okay. I'm sorry, 97. I will withdraw that. 97 is Assembly Memorandum AM 127-2009, proprietary purchase of Mobile View 3 security camera system components from GE Security, Inc., $31,608.
Move to approve, and I'm sorry, I cannot use the board still. So
Second.
Thank you.
I can't.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Osander, you pulled this item.
I am going to be voting no, and I wanted to explain. Basically, it appears to me that these cameras are new. They just came in the new buses, as I understand it. And this is a system that would allow them to get the data off the cameras from a central place instead of walking to the buses and doing it on each bus. Since it's something new and since there's an alternative around it, I'd prefer we don't spend the money right now. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Ms. Handyside? Microphone, please.
In addition to Jody's email, which I believe all of you got to explain this, normally we would have ordered this technology to accompany the camera. This is not an additional phase 2 to the camera system. This was an oversight of not incorporating this particular piece. So just wanted to give you that perspective that Jody conveyed to me before she left today. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be voting yes because I understand that this is one of those issues where there's going to be a savings in man hours. If we spend a little bit up front, we'll save in the long run. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
If you look at the fund certification on line 29 of 9D7, It's FTA grants. It doesn't come out of the operating, it's not operating budget money. It's wrung from the taxpayers in other parts of the country more than from us. So for that reason, I'll support it.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
I can't. Okay. It only lets me vote no.
Ms. Drummond?
That passes 9-1. We're buying those cameras.
Okay. Hallelujah. 9D12 now, Madam Chair.
Now 9D12. Assembly Memorandum AM 142-2009, a recommendation to authorize Solid Waste Services to enter into an agreement with Matanuska Electric Association for construction and operation of a landfill gas-fueled electric generation facility at the Anchorage Regional Landfill.
Move to postpone.
Second.
Thank you.
And ask the clerk for a date. With a request for a work session?
Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
14th of April?
I'm flexible, whatever.
Okay.
Move to postpone to April 14th.
All right. And
Madam Chair,
an accompanying work session prior to that.
right, and I just got an email from Mr. Starr that indicates there's now 3 companies interested in the landfill gas, so if we could include all of that, that'd be helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Thank you.
Do you want to comment on postponing this item? Mr.
That was
Clark?
my comment. I sent Mr. Abbott the summary of that, so I would urge postponement, but I also would like to clarify that the other vendor that has the CNG gets formally invited to present, because right now they've got just 2, MEA and Doyon, and I would like to make sure that the administration knows to contact that other party and see about the CNG to power the equipment in the buses kind of thing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selcraig on this item?
I know Siri's also interested. Is that one of those companies that are in the 3? So I think Siri should be involved in it as well, or at least invited to comment.
Okay. Ms. Handyside?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify for the Assembly that there is some urgency to getting this matter resolved, and if we could make a motion for action, or we would prefer for it to be acted on the 24th. I know that the agenda is full that evening, but we do have some grant money that we feel may be in jeopardy if we do not act on this soon, and Mr. Bannon would be available to explain that in more depth. We also had asked the clerk if we could hold a work session on the 20th, if that's acceptable to the Assembly.
Comment, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we're rearranging our agenda right now for this, and the idea of a late on the, or addendum item that's got some, pardon me, late on the table item that has some great urgency is just, I'm sorry, it's too bad. You got to give us an opportunity to understand these things, and we've got a full agenda on the 24th, and we've got room on the 14th. We're going to move some of the stuff that's already scheduled to that date. I just want to wait and do it in the ordinary course.
I appear to have a Solid Waste Services methane gas discussion on March 20th for the work session already. Is that right? Okay. All right. Mr. Coffey, that was your comment. Mr. Starr, further comment?
Well, I just think it's too quick for the vendors to be able to participate in an adequate manner. I mean, I appreciate the discussion on the 20th, but we've just now authorized another vendor to enter the table. And the grant funding, I mean, you've got the whole mantra of the stimulus package that's speaking to ready projects to go, and you know, we've got a whole new arena now of available funds for green-oriented projects and alternative fuels management. So I'm willing to risk the fact that the grant may have to be delayed, because I want to get the full facts of this. We're talking a 5,000-gallon equivalent. We've now found out that methane gas can be put right into the N-Star line. We don't even need that facility. So I'm wanting to get more information. I think the 20th work session is going to be rushed. So I won't be supporting the motion to move it to the 24th.
Okay, thank you. Do we normally vote on postponing? Okay. All right, Dr. Selcraig, can we make this quick? We're way behind.
I just want to agree. This is a complex situation where we have the opportunity to understand and actually maximize the dollar associated with this resource. And so I don't think there's any rush. And I think we've got so much on our plate right now that waiting till April is a good idea, and having our work session in April and kind of setting it aside when we have the time and energy to focus on it is a really good idea. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion. Can you restate the motion?
The motion is to postpone. Ms. Osiander?
I was just hoping you'd clarify that the motion is just to postpone, and then there could be further discussions on the date, because it sounds like people are going to get hung up on voting on the date on the postponement. So, well,
You have to set a date.
I understand. I just was hoping it could be done separately. That's all.
We can move the work session, right?
Okay, we're voting to postpone this item to April 14th right now. Okay? Please vote. That passes unanimously. The item will be taken up on April 14th, and we will set a work session sometime before that. Thank you. I believe we are at 9F2. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
That was laid on the table? Where's that?
I need a third. Madam Chair, move to set the public hearing on this matter for 14 April 2009. It's the only reason I pulled it.
Okay, that's instead of the 24th, it's now the 4/14. Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey.
I have one more like that, too.
Okay. That item will be heard on the 14th. Next item,
9F4.
9F4.
Move to introduce. No.
This is, we're introducing it and setting it for
Madam
public
Chair,
hearing.
move to change the public hearing date to 4/14/09.
Who's the third in that?
Who was the third? Mr.
Huh?
Third, Ms.
Ms.
Osiander?
Osiander.
Thank you. All right. Okay. 9F4. Okay, next item, 9F8.
8 or 9?
8.
9.
Oh, 9F9. Ms. Johnston pulled this one. I need a motion, please.
No, introduce. Second.
Thank you. This is Resolution AR 2009-64 regarding HUD grants and capital improvements to Mountain View Service Center. Discussion? Ms. Johnston, go ahead.
Yes, I just had a question for the administration as far as the HUD grant. This is a new department as far as the IBEW contract, Department of Neighborhoods, and I was interested as far as the federal HUD money, if there will be any problems as far as bidding this.
Mr. Malden, would you like to speak to that? And Ms. O'Neill, are you here? Corinne?
Madam Chair, Ms. Johnston, the Department of Neighborhoods is covered by the IBEW contracting out provisions. However, the work that they perform is on residential facilities, not commercial or publicly held, and so that contracting out provision does not apply.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you, Mr. Malden. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not picking up on this a little bit sooner, but I need to declare a conflict. The Anchorage Community Land Trust, which owns the Mountain View Service Center, is the fiscal agent for the Weed and Seed grant, of which I am the coordinator. My paycheck is signed by the executive director of the Anchorage Community Land Trust. I am not supervised by them. I report directly to a steering committee that is independent of the land trust. However, there is a connection there, so I asked the body to determine whether there's a conflict.
And it relates to 9F9.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, if we're merely introducing it, should I ask the questions?
Yeah, it's, well,
okay.
resolve it for
All right.
now.
Mr. Gutierrez, do you have a financial interest in the referenced business?
The reference business being the Anchorage Community Land Trust or the Mountain View Service Center? I believe the answer is no to both, but I just want to be clear on that.
Okay, then I don't believe you would have a conflict if you don't have a financial. Do you have a private interest in this matter, which would make it difficult for you to act in the public interest?
I do not believe so.
And do you believe if you participated in this matter, it would cause a loss of public trust in this body?
I do not believe so, but that's, I think, for the body to determine as well.
And since this is simply for introduction, I'm going to rule that you do not have a conflict right now. Ms. Osiander?
If the entity that writes his check basically is getting a grant, if we approve this, for, what is it, $600,000? I think that you do have the appearance of a conflict, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm sorry.
And if the body, Madam Chair, if the body feels that way, I have no strong objections. I'm willing to leave it to your wisdom.
All right, the chair's ruling has been challenged. I will accept that challenge and back down. Mr. Gutierrez has a conflict, therefore he can abstain from this vote.
Thank you.
May I clarify one thing, Madam Chair?
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
The public hearing date, 3/24, has not been changed on this. It's not part of the introduction motion. It's a question.
Okay, that's a quick one. I think it can be handled on the 24th. Okay, any objection to introducing this item? If not, this item is introduced. Okay, with one abstention. Okay, we finished on the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing as it's almost 7:30, what's the wish of the body? Where it took a slight break. You didn't eat then?
Madam Chair, just for purposes of notifying the public, can you let them know what's coming up?
We have old business and unfinished action on public hearing items next. There are half a dozen items to discuss, and it's going to take quite a long time. I suggest we take our break now and come back, and let's try to do it in 20 minutes. Be back at 7:40. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Assembly members, please return to the chambers. Okay, we have enough. Next item before us is under old business, item 11A, ordinance AO 2009-20, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of portions of parcels 3-030, 3-031, 3-032A, totaling approximately 39 acres from Heritage Land Bank to the Real Estate Services Division. The motion would be in order. Okay, this is a continued, the motion is on the floor. Any discussion on this motion? Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, I think we all had the work session, and we all got a lot of information at that time. And in essence, the brief history is this. The Tudor Area Plan in 2007 set out that we would take the land south of the proposed road and use that for mitigation purposes. We now have the road in construction. We have a potential for the crime lab to go there with groundwork this summer. We have a deal with EPA whereby these properties and this road are going to get to be used. I would suggest that we approve this conservation easement for the purpose of allowing both of those projects to go forward, and I don't believe we should give one set of directions to the administration in 2007 and then come back and question it like we are doing now in 2008 when they did precisely what we asked them to do at the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch.
I just wanted to thank the administration for putting the work session together. My concerns were set aside when I understood that the conservation easement may in fact be set aside by a future assembly. It's not an irreversible action. Should there be a determination that there's a higher and better use for the property. That said, I would urge the approval of this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
I'm grateful for the information we got. I was under the impression that all the land on the south side was going to be set aside, and in fact, I think was a careful delineation, and I'm really grateful that you guys took the time. We asked you a lot of hard questions, so thanks very much, and I'm going to be supporting it this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Seeing none, any objection to unanimous passage of this item?
I believe we have an amendment. Thank you.
Not all the members are in the room. Okay. Seeing no objection, that item passes unanimously. Item before us, item 11B, Information Memorandum AIM 23-2009, MOA, ML&P, IBEW, Collective Bargaining Agreement, and Classification Committee action. A motion would be in order.
Madam Chair, move to accept.
Discussion. That item is
Yes,
before us.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
What I did with this during the course of the time between now and the work session was I asked for, and I hope it's been distributed to everybody, I asked for information concerning this, including the contract term and other information which has been provided to me, and I trust that it's been provided to all of us, the Assembly. I note that there is a provision in the collective bargaining agreement that states that that deals with this thing. It's under the Section 3 and page 20 and 21 of the collective bargaining agreement. And in essence, what I believe it does is it allows the classification committee to essentially establish wages for people by changing classifications, which is what they've done. And the AM tells us that change is in the order of magnitude of almost $2 million. Here's the dilemma I face. I asked this question. I said, what happens if the Assembly rejects the AM, which is what we either accept or reject. We don't approve or disapprove, so if it's an AM. And if it's truly an AM item, which we can also deliberate, then if we reject it, what are the consequences? Mr. Reeves responded to me today saying that it would go into effect, in essence is what he's saying, because our rejection would not have the effect of making this not being put in place, because the collective bargaining agreement provides that it will be put in place. And I don't want to put words in Mr. Reeves' mouth, but I believe that's an appropriate characterization of what he told me at 2:04 p.m. today. I will say only this. It's one more item associated with the approval of the IBEW contract, which I think is a very poor example of government. If you read the memorandum, the negotiations on this started in June of 2007. Apparently agreement was reached in the summer of 2008. July, I believe, is the month they told us. Spring of 2008, they said. And June of 2008, they reviewed the classifications. Only after the contract was approved did they bring it forward. In January of 2009, they signed it. Now, I don't know about you, but if I knew there was going to be a change in wages for our employees at ML&P that was on the order of magnitude of $2 million, and their contract was in front of me, I would have liked to have known that $2 million impact before I voted on the contract. Instead, it's presented to us 2 months after the fact, and here we are. I'm not sure there's anything we can do about it, folks. But I'm not going to. My personal thing is I'm going to vote to reject it. And I'll see perhaps where the cookie crumbles on that one. So that's the history of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander.
I was not present at the meeting where this contract was approved. However, I have since read the contract. I read the language about the committee that had the power to reclassify. And my interpretation was that they would do that within the dollar amount that was presented to us, to the Assembly. I have since confirmed that the costing that we received on this contract from the municipal auditor, independent auditor, did not consider the cost of this additional up to $2 million job reclassification. At the work session where we talked about this, I strongly pushed the administration to present this to us in a way that would allow us to vote, yes, we agree, or no, we don't agree. The municipal attorney told me and the rest of us that that was not an option, that this was included in the contract and we basically had to accept it. I am extremely frustrated by that because when I vote, I place a large amount of my rationale for my vote on how much it's going to cost the city. And apparently we were given incomplete information as to the cost. I will be voting no on accepting this, and I strongly continue to believe that I should be given the right to vote no, I don't believe this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch.
This is an additional $1.9 million burden on municipal taxpayers. This is a part of the hide the ball approach that we had with the introduction of the IBW contract that was approved by a very thin margin on this assembly. It was a 6-5 vote, as I recall. And those of us that objected to that contract is for precisely the reasons set aside here. Inadequate information, incomplete documents, inflated costs, a 5-year term, and this is just the beginning. $1.9 million that was not identified to us at the time, as Ms. Osiander's indicated, and I will be a no vote, and it just keeps coming. We've got first quarter budget revisions coming up, and I think this is just a terrible way to do business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Starr.
Well, I'm going to be a no vote as well, and the acting mayor wrote this and submitted it to us in an AIM format, and I was frustrated that we would see what appears to be something in the contract submitted by the acting mayor with no legal support, in my opinion. One of the questions I asked at the work session, which the acting mayor wasn't at, and perhaps Mr. Reeves, through the chair, you can follow up on this. It was a technical point that I brought up about the ability to form the classification committee. If you go back, the classification committee was formed under the old contract, and it was empowered to address that in the old contract. Subsequently, we approved a new contract. I want to have two questions answered. One of them is, why would they not be required to form a new classification committee when the new contract took effect January 1? The second one is, if they want to use the findings of the old empowered classification committee, legally, is that allowed in the formation of that? And I'll have another question perhaps for Mr. Posey on the form of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selcraig.
Well, I'd like a legal response.
I apologize.
Mr. Starr, through the chair, it's my understanding that the process began under the old contract and continued to its conclusion under the new contract.
Does she know I'm there?
And I do not have specific information about the membership of the classification committee or the transition mechanics with respect to the classification committee under the old contract and the new contract. But with the information I have, I see no legal problem whatsoever with the classification committee functioning under the new contract to complete an action that was initiated under the old contract.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I talk to Mr. Posey for a minute?
Continue. Mr. Posey, thank you.
A couple things, Mr. Posey. The formation of the committee, the guidelines are that it's supposed to be 2 members from the union and 2 members from the non-represented classification. And I get from the personnel casting reports that I have is that it's only a 3-to-1 balance in that the union didn't have representation from 2 on your classification committee.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, at the time that the classification committee was formed, there were 2 and 2. And by the time that they had finished their work, most of the work, before it was between management and the union as to how we could assail looking at how to implement, looking at what I would accept and what I wouldn't accept, the committee's work was done, but one of the personnel moved into management, and so therefore by the time in January, the personnel had switched from union to management.
And I don't want to make this a court of law sort of thing, but I'm going to hold for a second. Mr. Reeves, knowing that full well that the implemented contract in 09, the 09 contract that specified we were supposed to have 2 and 2, a membership equal from the unions and management was supposed to be 2 and 2. Now, the committee that consummated the classification was 3 and 1. Is that a violation of the contract?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, I don't know without studying it. I recognize that there are any number of issues that people might wish to raise to frustrate this action, and I'm not able to respond to every one of them on the fly.
It isn't a matter of trying to do that. The administration, which you're part of, just handed us out the contract language that says 3.92.1, and it talks about this. So it isn't trying to raise it. I'm trying to follow the contractual guidance which I approved last December. So it isn't to try to get you or get somebody. I want to follow the contract terms, and your administration personnel just handed us 3.921. So if it's necessary to maybe stand down to refer that, I would like an answer that contractually it says 2 and 2 for a reason, and now the committee signed, the document signed on 12109 is 3 and 1.
And through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't want you to misunderstand me. My point is that I will not just dismiss a question that you ask and say without first studying it that you're right or wrong. I won't do that. If you raise an issue and you want me or anyone else to look at it, we certainly will.
Well, and the reason that we didn't debate it ahead of time is I thought the administration was going to bring it back in a different form, a more appropriate form other than just an informational statement saying this is what we're going to do. I fully anticipated that the administration would have heard the Assembly speak on Friday and would have retailored this into something that we could take more formal action on as opposed to just accepting or not. And that's really frustrating to me that they didn't, and it's also frustrating that by this action of Mr. Posey's committee that ratified the classification on 12109, it was signed and consummated by that group. So I guess I'm not trying to ask you something that's way out there. It's just right here. And I guess the guidance that I'm asking for is not to put you on the spot, but I think if you read it, does it say 2 and 2? So I just don't look at the answer is real tough from you, so appreciate you not stepping out there, but it wasn't real hard. Mr. Posey, did the board of directors at ML&P weigh in on the classification committee? I have 2 questions specifically. Does the ML&P board of directors know that the cost of their employees is going to increase by $1.9 million based on this classification change?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, by ordinance, this assembly instructed the board to not have any real authority over the IBEW contract until 2010. They have been informed, as you have, of the provisions that we're dealing with here, and we'll have an executive committee tomorrow and discuss any questions that they may have pursuant to that, but that's as far as it's gone.
Well, specifically, they do have responsibility over your budget, however. So if you're going to increase your personnel costing numbers, doesn't the board of directors from ML&P have to acknowledge that and take formal action?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, the board has just formed a committee, the Budget and Audit Committee, and they have not met as it stands as of today. The board is just getting on board. We had board training. We had board assignment of committees. And the insurance was purchased about the middle of February so that they could start taking action as a board. Otherwise, we're in this in-between area between this assembly, administration, and my board.
Is this the right way to bring this to us?
I was instructed to bring it to you this way.
Can I ask by who?
I was asked to put an AIM together by the administration.
Okay, last question. Thank you, Mr. Posey. Ms. Weddleton, is this something that the CFO needs to certify the funds on? of MLNP. You're the CFO for MLNP, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't know how I could certify this.
I misspoke. I'm sorry. You don't have CFO responsibility over that. Is that right, or is that not right?
No, through the chair, Mr. Starr, this is not the kind of document I would be able to certify because there's not enough information in order to certify anything. In other words, if I were to certify this, I would need substantially more information in order to draw a conclusion that I could certify to.
And I guess, Madam Chair, I don't know who to ask the question to, but if a summary of economic effects was supposed to be attached to this or should have been prepared for this action, who should prepare that?
Ms. Handyside?
Is that a question for the chair or for the administration?
I don't know who to send it to, so I asked the chair to send it to somebody.
Normally, Mr. Raskams is the individual in his office develops the Cs with assistance from employee relations.
Some of the information that the Assembly has worked with, I actually provided based on some information that I have. Why didn't the administration hand it out as part of the AIM as to potential SEE, and why wouldn't you summarize the cost to the city entity on this?
Well, I believe this would go back to Mr. Reeves' discussion about the method that is required to, or not required to submit, the vehicle that's required or not required to submit this to the Assembly, and Mr. Reeves' interpretation of that.
I guess to the acting mayor, are you intending to just leave it as it is, or do you think it's the right thing to do to bring this back into a different format that provides clear and accurate information and summarizes some of the legal questions that were raised here tonight and the work session?
I am comfortable with the information as presented and based on the advice of counsel and what we need to present for this. I hear your frustration, Mr. Starr, but I think the information as provided is what's required and under the terms of this labor contract.
So you're fine sort of in a two-page, no numbers thing advising this that you're increasing payroll at MLNP by $1.9 million estimated?
In the specific context of this information memorandum about events that occurred consistent with the language of the contract, I'm very comfortable, yes.
And I won't belabor the ratepayers will maybe be taxed. I have one more question to follow up on, and that's the ramifications on the covered employees in the IBEW that work for the MOA. I reviewed the list with traffic, for example, and the MOA manager of traffic indicated to me that several of his employees will incur wage increases as a result of this, so there's a direct reflect on city departments relating to their tag on to the IBEW contract. Again, I don't know who to ask. If there's a financial ramification on an existing contract of ours, do we need to be noticed of that in an SEE or some other format that there's a budget change or an appropriation?
I think Mr. Posey may be able to respond to that.
Well, it's not Mr. Posey's employee.
Well, there's two questions. There's the question of the cost, and there's the question of the employees that are affected. And I believe Mr. Posey can at least answer the second question.
On MOA employees not related to MLNP?
He can identify the employees in the list which were identified as traffic that will not be affected by this particular item. Mr. Posey, go ahead.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, under the provisions of the contract with IBEW, each department has to form their own and can form their own classification committee. My classification committee cannot change the classifications of another department. Each department stands on its own. So none of the classification changes affect the other departments. In fact, some of the classification changes on their face do not affect some of my employees with the same title.
I don't think that's the answer, because they reference the coverage of those MOA employees on Appendix 1, and you're changing Appendix 1. So how else are they going to be paid? An old appendix? I don't see how we're going to administer that.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, what we have is a system of PeopleSoft that identifies PCNs, classification, and employees. And the process that we're going through now is just to make sure that none of that gets cross-referenced. Only the ML&P employees with similar titles that were reclassified versus those that had the same classification or those in other departments are not impacted. And through that process, we will make sure, and working with Ms. Weddington's group, to make sure that none of the employees of the city, other 5 departments, are impacted at all by this reclassification. That was part of the process.
I just find it cumbersome. If that was the case, you're changing Appendix 1. I just see drama there. And this is my final question for sure. And it isn't a gotcha question, Mr. Reeves, again. I know the contract well, and I guess I'm not trying to be flippant. I would hope that the administration, when they're dealing with these sort of things, would know as well. I guess we can defer to Mr. Posey, but inside your contract, and I don't have the section memorized, but there's a loop wagon employee, a loop wagon supervisor, I think you call him, or supervisor manager.
Okay.
There's a specific section in the contract that specifies the percentage of pay that the loop wagon supervisor gets in equation of that. There's a specific section. Now, there's also going to be, and currently, without modification of Appendix 1, they match. Now what you're saying is that Appendix 1 is going to change, and your loop wagon manager or supervisor is going to a different percentage of lineman's pay in the appendix, but he's not in the contract. What are we going to do with that classification?
Not looking specifically at the language that you're bringing up about that, the classification committee for ML&P only, for loop wagon superintendents, foremen, all of those were covered and listed by classification. As part of that process, we have maybe 3 employees in one classification, 8 or 10 in another classification. They may be dealt with differently under the classification of their actual job as to whether they are impacted by this negatively or positively.
Well, I didn't hear the question answered. I guess, are they going to go under Appendix A, or are they going to go into the contract terms under the section that specifically deals with loop wagon managers?
They will go, through the chair, they will go according to the classification committee's assignment of that classification to the process.
I don't think the classification committee is allowed to override contractual language. If they're addressing the classification schedule in Appendix 1, they're not empowered, based on what I read, to change contract terms. So, and it's not a technicality, it's just this is what happens when we don't get to flesh out the actions. So we have a conundrum between what you're going to pay those folks.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, so far we do not have that as a problem, but that's part of the process of making sure that the classification committee's determination, the PCNs, and the classifications all match the ones that are in ML&P and not any other area.
Okay, that was a no to start with, and nothing I've heard is a change of that. I'm still a no.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selcraig?
Mr. Posey?
I'd just like to... I'm sorry.
I just had a question.
Sure. I yield.
You're up. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Thank you. As long as you're up here. Have you seen this list of ML&P IBW classifications with changes? It's kind of a spreadsheet. It shows basically as a function of that classification committee, percentage increases are of 15, 20, 30% were involved in a wide range of these positions. I guess I assume this is something that you're familiar with.
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Okay. Since there's 2 members of the IBW bargaining unit that are seated on that committee, would they be a beneficiary of this? I mean, would they potentially be one of the beneficiaries of these classification revisions that could increase salaries by 30%?
Through the chair, without looking at the membership specifically, the committee between the management and the union was done by committee, and everybody signed off on it, and without regard, because there were no names attached to it, just classifications. And what we were faced with is that we were competing with MEA, HEA, CEA on the lineman and generation classifications and pay. And what this process does is allows us to come to some kind of parity, because my folks are asked to work directly with them and maybe even be merged with them in the process of last year and this year. We have resolved most of those problems.
As a manager of the utility, when were you aware that it was going to add nearly $2 million to the budget that wasn't included in the current year budget?
I asked my staff to start doing some calculations on that as early as October, November, but that was if the union and I could agree, because just because the classification committee completes their work, it still goes to management of IBEW and management of ML&P as to how we would interpret it or send it back or send it to arbitration. And that is what we had to deal with in those months. And it wasn't until January we agreed on how to start thinking about allocation of breaking it up into 3 different sections so that the pay would come in at different times during the year.
So was that prior to this body considering the 5-year IBEW contract?
Basically, I think I started with the union on discussions of that piece in December, because that's why it took us a whole month to come to agreement, because that's not usually how they like their pay to be done, to break it up into different sections over the year.
Okay. Well, I think the frustration that you're hearing here, at least from me and perhaps a few others, is that we've got a budget that's short, and now we got another nearly a $2 million shortfall in our ML&P component with these increases. So,
through the chair, Mr. Birch, I'm responsible to deliver 4 nines of reliability, and I try to make sure that I'm competitive to keep from losing employees. I was at a point that my linemen were over 50% temps. And when I had a power outage, I had people who were temporary that did not know where the boxes were, where the vaults were, where the poles were. And therein, for me, to keep good, competent people, let them stay working till their retirement age and work for us, it was important for us to come to some kind of parity. It has taken me 4.5, 5 years to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
This is pretty challenging, and I just want to kind of observe some things. First of all, we engaged in a collective bargaining agreement. And what's happened because of the kind of lack of information that the body had when we approved that agreement is that it's actually, it implies putting that, there's kind of a discussion of challenging that agreement because we didn't know information. And what I think is really disturbing, it's collective bargaining really requires trust on both sides. And to my assessment, the IBEW didn't make the mistakes here. I mean, fundamentally, they negotiated with us. They knew what the negotiation was. It wasn't their obligation I'm just going to vent a little bit because this is so difficult. It wasn't their obligation to inform the assembly of this contract. It was the administration's obligation. And now the IBEW contract, as we move through the night, is being challenged. And they negotiated it, and we said yes to it. I mean, that's the tricky thing that's hard here is that now I think what we're going to be talking about it later on is challenging the contract. And the real error here was not what IBEW did or not. It's fundamentally that we as a body didn't have critical information about this contract when we approved it. And I'm just going to ask, based on this memorandum that was given to us, it says that, by late November and December, you had a pretty good idea what was going on. You just said that. Why didn't somebody come forward in this process and mention this? Why wasn't this, I just want to know who in the administration, whose responsibility was it to tell us this? And I just am curious how it didn't happen, along with other things in this contract.
Through the chair,
Yes.
Ms. Selcraig.
Yes.
Dr.
Thank
Selcraig.
you. Thank you, Mr. Posey. Thank you.
I run a fairly complex organization with complex provisions. Until I accepted this along with union management, it could have taken another 6 months to a year in arbitration to come up with a final number. I could have sent it back to the committee. All those things were possible through this process. And if they didn't agree with me on breaking it up, then I could have said no. Send them back to negotiate something different, or send it to arbitration.
Did you
And
know?
those were options all the way through to the 22nd of January.
I guess it's just hard, it's hard to fathom that there was this conversation going on that had the implications of $1 million, or was it $2 million almost, of impact, and it just wasn't referenced. In our decision process. And, had it been, we could have discerned it and, taken responsibility for it and decided what we wanted to do with it. But it is particularly hard. And I just want to say one more thing. We are at a point at the city now of asking unions to come back and sit down with us and give things back. And, one by one, we're finding that there's a willingness for them to actually come to us and talk about giving things back. And so it's this sets this kind of the mood, sets us up not for partnership but for confrontation. So I'm just, we have to keep our eye on the goal here, and that is to resolve the problems in the contracts that prevent us from functioning, having a functional budget. So I guess I'm just at a loss at how so much information could be left out, and I think it needs to be noted that it's not the union that left this out.
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, part of what we were doing at the same time we were trying to do this is dealing with a number of issues with Chugach Electric on a joint power plant, combining our operations group, combining our engineering group, getting new data from them in order to do all of that. A lot of different things and moving parts were going on at the same time. And as I said, we could have rejected it and drawn this out for a whole year. I did not know whether they would accept my strong-arm tactics about how best to look at this and move ahead given where we were going to be. ML&P has suffered just as much of a loss in its investments as the city has, percentage-wise. In our investments, some of the money is in the same category. So we have had to suffer also where we have to make arrangements to do things a little bit differently. But I do not build my budget based on the investments.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me share my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Coffey.
I have a unsigned piece of paper here that I don't know where it came from. You wouldn't know either. There's no way to tell. But it references a June 13th, 2008 letter of understanding. So following up on what Mr. Starr said, if there was a letter of understanding in June of 2008, then that would seem to me to apply to the contract that was in force through December 31st of 2008, and that if you're going to do something for 2009 contract and beyond, then you need to reconvene your classification committee and start this all over again. I don't know how you can reach an agreement, and you said in here, or somebody said in here, it was done in December, and here we have a contract takes effect January 1, and, I guess what bothers me is we didn't even know that in December that this was going to happen. Okay. Now, let me say one other thing. That's a speech. That's not a question. Here's the next thing. This is the high water mark for this nonsense. To give the authority to any bargaining unit to bargain outside of the contract provisions to increase wages and benefits without this body having some say-so about it is just incredible foolishness. There's no check on it. And so you just note that 5 years hence, if I'm still here, I'll be 67 years old.
So will I.
Assuming I have something to say about it, then it'll change. Now, if, here's my question, it's not so much for you, it's for these guys. Does the new proposal relative to Title III and the contracts and the requirements of bringing things to us, does that need amendment so that we are assured when that passes that these types of things will come to us in the manner prescribed by Title III at least once the collective bargaining agreement is, ceases to control this thing? And I don't know that you can answer that question tonight, but I put it to you for your consideration. We're bringing that back on the 24th. I would like to know what that answer is. Second question. Is there a requirement of CFO certification for this type of action? And I don't mean necessarily you, Ms. Weddleton. I mean maybe even the CFO of ML&P. Does somebody have to certify the funds by the provisions of Title VI or not?
I think,
Mr. Coffey, on the first question, I think it would be good to take another look at that pending proposal to make sure it does what you want to do.
Thank you.
I don't think it does as it's currently written.
Okay, we'll look at it then. Second question: is a fund certification required at all in this circumstance?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, in my opinion, that's not a document that could be certed.
I'm sorry, that could be what?
The document that you're inquiring about is not something that any CFO could cert, in my opinion. There's not enough information.
No, I understand though. But it's an expenditure, if the information is correct, of about $1 million something, 9.7 in this year and more in 2010. So the question is, does our existing Title VI mandate that it be done? Even if more information is required, are we supposed to do it? I'm not saying you could do it with the information you had, but are we supposed to do it?
Through the chair, I don't want to be wishy-washy, but I think my answer is possibly.
Okay. No, I mean, I should have asked this question earlier, but I didn't think about it, so I'm asking it now. Okay. And then, do you have a CFO, do you?
Yes, I do, through the chair. A couple of things. Number one, the June 13th was the formation of the committee, not certifying that the committee had done any work. That was just the formation of the committee. And yes, I do have a CFO.
And has he or she certified the funds, or do you believe it's necessary that they do so?
It is not required in our internal network. We do budgeting, and we have budget meetings as to how we're going to meet expenditures, move things around. So.
Okay. Now, will you go to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska and ask for a rate increase because your labor costs have gone up by $2 million?
I don't think that we're going to go to the Regulatory Commission anytime soon. We just finished a order with them, Mr. Coffey.
When you do go, it will include labor costs?
If that's through the chair. If that's 2-3 years down the road, someone will have to do that, including all costs, because that's how they look at what we do.
Right. And what if they say you shouldn't have done this? Or do they say that?
Well, they can put a management audit on us and find out if we're acting prudently compared to the other utilities in the state.
And obviously
That's
you
a
don't
tough
think
test.
you'd have a tough time justifying that. All right. Folks, my last remark, it's a bad way to do business, folks. A real bad way to do business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Hosiander.
I thought I was done, but Mr. Posey's remarks caused me to ask two questions. Mr. Posey, you state that the primary rationale for this is lack of your ability to keep linemen and your competitive position regarding other utilities. So I went back and I read this list of people's job classifications that got changed, and it includes vehicle fueler, meter reader, warehouseman, customer service coordinator. The bulk of these, there are multiples on the lineman, but they're not lineman positions. Could you explain to me how that meshes with what you said?
Through the chair, Mrs. Osiander, none of those were changed as part of this process. They were basically, most of those were basically frozen in place if they were not competitively priced at the time we looked at the data last year.
Then I totally don't understand the chart. The chart reads list of ML&P IBEW classifications with changes. And for instance, warehouseman, it was 100%, I am assuming, of the lineman position, and now it's going to be 114% of the lineman. So I interpreted that as meaning the warehouseman got a raise.
Yes.
You lost me completely, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I said through the chair, the classification committee went through and did the comparison throughout the IBEW network of classifications of employees and what they were being paid, and made those recommendations up and down the line. Some were frozen and some were increased, but not all were changed. We changed about 119 different classifications out of, classifications covering about 122 employees, and left the same over another 100.
Okay, well, this chart just has about 80 some employees, and of those, about 50 got raises, of 50 classifications.
Yes.
And most of them don't seem to be linemen, so that's where you lost me. But basically, my understanding is it impacted a whole lot of employees beyond linemen.
Through the chair, yes, it did. Because before this decoupling, all employees who were union were coupled to the linemen, and they were classified as either 60%, 40%, 80%, 120%, 110%.
No, I understand that.
And so therefore, the decoupling process took the technical workers out and kept them with the linemen, and most of the non-technical are those that were already competitively paid and did not make adjustments to them.
Okay, but meter reader was, and customer service
Was not.
was. I don't want to, there's no point in going into it. It's still confusing to me. Second question is to the administration. Based on Mr. Posey's comment about, in response to Mr. Starr's question, Mr. Starr asked about the impact of other departments. The specific example that we were able to garner was about traffic, because Mr. Wilbur was in the room at the work session. At the time, Mr. Wilbur identified to me 2 of the specific positions on this list that were in his department. Mr. Posey assures us that will, even though it shows that position has about a 25% increase, that will not impact traffic. So the way I interpret that then is we're going to create, even though we have positions with identical names, we're going to create different pay codes in different departments for positions that have the same name? Is that how you're going to handle that? I guess I'm looking at you, Ms. Weddleton. I don't know how the city will handle this.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, yes.
So you will reclassify or rename positions in other departments?
We will figure out a way in the PeopleSoft system to make the result what it needs to be.
Okay, and do you agree with the analysis that this pay increase for these job classifications will only impact the employees who are currently with ML&P and not the other affected departments by the IBEW contract?
I can't offer my assurance because I haven't looked at that question, but I know that others here have.
Okay, could somebody besides Mr. Posey answer?
Yes, Ms. Osiander, through the chair. I asked this question a few times too because it really got my attention at the work session.
Wow, mine
And I mean, it's a very important question.
Right.
Section 3.9.2.1 of the agreement, which you have, I
Yeah,
hope.
I've read that.
It's the fourth line from the bottom on page 20.
I don't remember the fourth line.
States that this is a standing internal classification committee for ML&P.
Okay.
And then later in the provision, it makes it clear that other committees may be formed, other classification committees may be formed for other departments.
Uh-oh.
And therefore, this classification committee only had the authority to act with respect to ML&P positions.
Mr. Reeves, you made my red flag wave. So potentially we could see other contract increases coming in traffic, in Department of Neighborhoods, where there's a reclassification study that could increase our costs for labor in those departments?
Ms. Osiander, I'm not aware that there are any such actions pending, but of course this labor agreement, like all collective bargaining agreements, establishes a dynamic relationship that exists over a period of time, authorizes all manner of decisions that affect the cost of services that are provided. So I couldn't tell you.
Mr. Reeves, Mr. Coffey just showed me that line, which I didn't have in front of me, and it says they shall form reclassification committees. So all of those departments, traffic, community development, or I'm sorry, Mary Jane's department, all those departments are going to have reclassification, and they basically have carte blanche to set salaries. Isn't that true or not true?
Well, that's exactly what the contract that you approved says.
Ouch, Mr. Reeves.
You want to go there, Mr. Reeves?
All right, I just would urge the administration, this seems to me incredibly dangerous and bad precedent, and I just would like you to talk about it internally a little bit.
Ms. Osiander, I can assure you we have been talking about it internally.
All right, and your belief, basically, Mr. Klayman, is the same, that this can happen and there's nothing untoward about it or nothing that the city can object to about it?
Well, in terms of the contract language, we don't have objections to it, but you have to remember, let's just say right now, I don't believe in traffic, there's not a in traffic, there's not a classification committee working on this topic today.
But they must.
Well, this says they shall create the committee, and if the union comes and says, how's the committee doing, we'll point 2 from our office, from the administration, and 2 from the union, and they've got to reach agreement. And we have tremendous ability in the course of a dynamic agreement, which is, I would suggest that this kind of language you will find in 75 to 90% of the labor agreements in the country. Well, I'm familiar with some as well.
All right.
And
All right.
The administration has enormous ability to say, no, we're not going to agree to a change. And if they can't get a third vote, there's no change.
Okay. At this point, I think I feel worse than I did when I asked the question, so I think I better stop.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that you didn't read the contract when we approved it.
I did read the contract, sir, and
Dr. Selkirk.
Mr. Coffey, I was familiar with these provisions and I understood them.
And you understood that the reclassification committee had unlimited power to set the terms and the cost of the contract.
Yes, and I understood that was part of the agreement that was put forward and that the administration supported it. This wasn't something that was controversial.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkirk.
I have a question based on the questions that were just reviewed. So we've got like positions in ML&P and in traffic, or at least they've got the same titles. And there's been a process of evaluating the value of those positions at ML&P, and we've talked about a committee can be formed in other parts of the municipality. What I'm wondering is, aren't we required by, and I guess this to somebody in the administration, or I think that aren't we required by law to pay comparable pay for comparable work? So, I mean, can we have people who are basically having defined as the same job make different amounts in different departments? I'm just wondering how, I'm just wondering where this leads. I mean, aren't we required?
Dr. Selkirk, through the chair, there are others in the room who know a lot more than I do about this, but I'm not aware that Alaska has a comparable worth statute. I don't believe that the law requires that.
And Dr. Selkirk, I would add to that particularly in the context of bargaining units, when you join a collective bargaining unit, to the extent there was that right, you might very well waive that right through the bargain.
I actually would like some follow-up on that, because I actually think that you do have to pay comparable wages for. I think I'd like we can just follow up on that. It only gets more complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Coffey.
If your mandatory classification committee doesn't reach an agreement, it's not that you block them. It goes to binding arbitration. And so, who knows how it turns out? The danger is very much that we keep increasing compensation. Therefore, we are able to offer far less in the way of services because we're just paying people more and more, and we got to have less and less people because we can't keep affording to keep increasing these things. So my hands are tied. This contract passed 6-5. 6-4. That's right. Ms. Osiander was gone, so I'm sorry. 6-4. We're going to have to live with it for 5 years, I'm afraid. I'll tell you, there will be repercussions. How's that? I got it out. Repercussions from these kinds of overreaching agreements. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this information memorandum.
Madam Chair, the motion is to accept, so a no vote rejects.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
That item fails to be accepted. Administration, do with that what you will.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Am I the only one in here that hears the music in the background? I know Ms. Gray Jackson hears it, so I'm hearing music, and it's very, very distracting, and I'm wondering if we could find out where it's coming from and stop it somehow.
Sorry.
I don't hear anything.
I'm not hearing it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Next item before us. Order, please. Next item before us is item 11C, notice to rescind. Resolution number AR 2008-280. A resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 1547.
Actually, Madam Chair, the item that you're referring to was what we approved in 2008. What the motion that is before us, I gave notice of a motion to rescind, and so I will move for approval of AR 2009-63, which is a resolution of the Assembly on motion to rescind Assembly action approving that previously referenced resolution, which ratified the collective bargaining agreement. And I would note thank you. I would note the following attachments to that are an AM Assembly memorandum with various attachments to that. I believe they're all in your packet. I hope they're all in your packet. And if I can speak to my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Go ahead.
Thank you. We've just went through a lot of a process associated with a very small part of the basis for my motion to rescind our approval. The reason that I filed the motion was twofold. I believe that we were failed very badly by the previous administration that did not provide us appropriate types of information. If you read the resolution and the AM, and we all know this, the summary of economic effects was totally deficient. That's number one. Number two, there were changes in municipal departments made by the mayor prior to this contract coming forward that resulted in a vast expansion of the closed shop provisions, which cost the city a lot of money. The summary of economic effects had no mention of the public cost to the private contractors, which are members of the public who try to bid competitively to do work for the municipality. We have a new position, a changed position now that's O&M that deals with all of the, for example, firehouse construction and remodeling and renovation. That's all now got to be union work. And I don't have anything against union work. I have a whole lot against closed shops that keep people out. We also have here, so we started off with a draft contract which clearly did not incorporate all of the provisions that Title III says has to be. A contract that we approve by law has to be a complete and contained in one document. That's law. That's Title III. This one wasn't. We didn't have substantial portions of it. They're required by law to give us a summary of economic effects. We got some information. We didn't get all the required information. I find later that, and recently, that the Federal Transit Authority has said, you are not going to spend any federal money on a project in Anchorage if you're a closed shop. That's attached to our AM. And then, there's a wealth of things. I'm not going to repeat everything that's in here. I know my fellow members read these things. I'm going to make my pitch for supporting this on two bases. Number one, I know that the people on this body trusted the former mayor and the administration to bring us good, solid information. I know from all the evidence since that we didn't get it. I know that my fellow assembly members, if they knew then what we have all learned in the last couple of months, they would have insisted that those matters be addressed. I don't know how they would have been addressed, but they would have required them to be addressed before they would have voted for this thing. I might not have liked the way they were addressed, but they would have been before us, understood, and dealt with. And then people could have made a decision based on the true facts, not the concealed facts. Therefore, part of my reason for bringing this was so that those who supported the contract would have an opportunity to say, well, this will never happen to me again. I will insist that things be brought forward to me complete, final, and let's use a word we all love, transparent, that we know exactly and precisely what we're voting for, and we will not allow it to happen again. On a personal note, I plan to bring a couple of pieces of legislation that hopefully will ensure it. I plan to ask that the summary of economic effects be prepared by the CFO and the internal auditor. Ms. Osiander is doing that as we speak, and I support that. I plan to ask for a 30-day period between the final completion of any labor agreement and full review by that and a complete and thorough document so we can know precisely what we're doing. But in the meantime, my request that we rescind our vote, not the contract, because I'm not sure we have the authority to do that we rescind our vote says that we made a mistake by not insisting and not knowing everything we needed to know before we voted for it. Second objective is this. We're in a deficit situation. Some people say it's more than 20 million. I'll just settle on that. Some say 17. The jury's not out. But let's just say we've got a nice big fat deficit to deal with. We're going to need some help from our unions. The fire department came forward. I don't know exactly what they did. We haven't been told yet, but they came forward and made some concessions. My view is, frankly, this. What the results of supporting this rescission will do are not known precisely. I asked the Department of Law, and I asked our attorney, and they said, well, we don't really know, because the union didn't do anything wrong. They just bargained. They tried to get the best deal for their members as they could. That's what their job is to do. They didn't tell us a story or hide things from us. The administration gave us a bill of goods. Now, if the union would have done it, it would have been pretty clear. We just said, you misrepresented, and we can set aside the contract, and we're going to do it. But it wasn't their job to do what the administration was charged with doing. The administration failed to do that. As a result, we've got a real mess on our hands. So, Since nobody knows what happens if we do this, it creates a level of uncertainty in people's minds about what the end consequences of a rescission of our prior vote does. And from my way of thinking, uncertainty creates an opportunity to resolve the situation that would not otherwise exist. And the absence of the things that I mentioned in my AM and talked about now would achieve precisely that, in my view. And so I would urge my fellow members to vote to rescind their prior vote and then go down the road, and hopefully the good folks from the IBEW will come forward and deal with this administration or the next one and help resolve this very substantial budget deficit that we're facing today. So that's the purpose here, and I hope it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I co-sponsored this with Mr. Coffey, and I did for a number of reasons. That evening, and the reason I read the verbatim off from the MP3 streaming video into the record was that we were given a document that had written all over it, draft, draft, draft. And it had things written on the side, it had things scratched out, and it was very hard to read. And when I asked, as far as that document, what was in it, what were in it for changes, I was given a general description, but it wasn't really a detailed, and I didn't know anything more after I'd asked the question than before I'd asked the question. And I was greatly and deeply disappointed. I kind of knew how the vote was going to go, and I knew there wasn't anything I could do about it. But I felt it was sort of a disingenuous time. And I agree with Mr. Coffey, we don't know where we're going with this. We don't know what it really means. And yes, it does kind of leave things in limbo. But I think we need to address all the contracts in a way that we know what we're voting on and we know what we're truly doing. I think this last fall, we were put in a situation that was not, and I agree with Mr. Coffey, it was nothing as far as the unions. It was the administration. And there was an agenda. And everything was put forward to us very quickly. And it was not transparent. And I just think we need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Dr. Selkirk.
I find this challenging, and I find it challenging because on one hand, we're responding to a situation where we didn't know what we were doing when we did it, and tonight we're here proposing to fix it by doing something that we don't know what it does when we do it. I mean, it's two in a row, and it is, in part of this is, to make a point. It's to make a point. Well, I'll tell you, the point should be made, and that is that we didn't have adequate and we didn't have good information. I mean, clearly there was information left out. I mean, I think the signatory piece of this contract was not part of the conversation. It wasn't there. Questions came up. We asked specifically what was new. It was not there. However, we're now at this point, and the reality is the errors were made on our side of the bargaining unit. The errors in terms of not knowing what we were doing was on this side. It was not the unions who were tricking us. We were not tricked by the unions. We were really failed in terms of not having the information when we made the decision. So the question now is, how do we proceed? And we have a deficit of what 17 million, 19 million, 22 million, 6 million, we don't know. It's another one of those things we don't know. But what we do know is in order to get through this, we absolutely have to have the unions at the table. We absolutely have to have them come to the table and help us reduce the cost. And in order to get there, they have to be willing because they have a contract that doesn't require them necessarily to come to the table. So as responsible decision makers, how do we maneuver through this? And then even after that, how do we deal with the fact that we have a signatory element in this? And I've talked to the unions before about signatory, what it means, and I've always said, that's something you would have to have a really public conversation about. We didn't have a public conversation about this. So I guess I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard spot. I mean, the reality is that we do something tonight, we don't know what it is. We make a big point. It gives us an opportunity to say, well, we really did something, but we're not doing anything. Nothing really comes from this. You know, I'll tell you, the silver bullet to me in this whole conversation is that these contracts weren't signed by our chief financial officer. I mean, you know, so this act tonight is not it isn't that bullet. We're not really talking about that bullet. We're talking about just saying, you know, well, we didn't really mean to do this. So I don't know that I'm going to vote for this, but I think that these contracts are vulnerable. And I don't think that this conversation is done. And I think that as we move through this, we have to respect the fact that they were done in a collective bargaining process. And this community believes we're part of a collective bargaining unit. And so you can't demonize or assume that the IBEW has tricked us. This happened in the broad daylight of negotiation. And so I don't know that I think, you know, in some ways there's pressure to kind of, if I vote for this, it'll make it all right. It won't make anything right. We have a contract in place, and until that contract can be addressed with the IBEW, there's not much chance that changes are going to be made. So, and I think in that context, we have to recognize them as partners in this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I apologize. I don't have the document that Mr. Coffey referenced from the federal government. I would like to see that. Secondly, the comment that we don't know what the effect of our rescission will be, like Dr. Selcraig, this troubles me greatly. We made a mistake by asking a question and accepting the answer, I think, and not fully understanding the extent of the answer. And now I sort of feel like you're asking me to make the same mistake twice, which is something that, thank you, Mr. Coffey, that I generally don't like to do in life. Everybody makes mistakes, but it's not right to make the same mistake twice. If I had a better understanding of what our action in rescinding would do, I think I would feel more comfortable about this. But at the moment, I feel like we're making the same mistake twice, and you don't correct a wrong by doing the same thing you did that created the wrong. Now, the other things that were referenced, other changes in municipal code, such as a revision period of 30 days prior to approval of a contract, to having the CFO look things over more diligently. Those things I am completely in agreement with, and while I want to see the actual product when it comes before us, I am fully in favor of those ideas and will support those wholeheartedly. I think that's probably a good idea given that's a good reaction to our first mistake. But I'm not certain that acting again without really knowing what we're doing after acting without knowing what we were doing got us here in the first place is a really good idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Dr. Selcraig and Mr. Coffey. I really appreciate both of their comments. But I think that sitting here this evening and blaming anybody is a cop-out, point blank. That's exactly what it is. And I think it's even more unfair to point the finger at one side, namely the past administration, when they're not even here to defend themselves. But besides that, you know, the question was asked several times this evening, what is it that we're doing? And I would like to ask Mr. Reeves, what is it that we're doing? I mean, can we rescind?
Ms. Gray-Jackson, through the chair, your Assembly Council actually addressed this in a memo, which I thought was excellent and with which I concur. And she pointed out that rescission is governed by code, which refers you to Robert's Rules of Order. And she pointed out that Robert's Rules of Order specifies certain circumstances under which you would not have the power to rescind. I think it's up to you as a body to apply those rules as you see fit based on the facts.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. I also read the code and Robert's Rules of Orders several times. Although I'm not an attorney, I've been around this municipality for a long time and working with municipal government. And quite frankly, I don't believe that this body has the power to rescind at all. And with that said, and for that reason in particular, I just can't vote to rescind this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Osiander.
Before I was elected to this position, I served almost 11 years on the Anchorage School Board. Ms. Drummond has a similar background. When I was on the Anchorage School Board, we were intimately involved in bargaining. We had regular sessions where we talked about the implications of proposed changes in the contract and the cost of those changes. I specifically remember a contract with a Anchorage School District bargaining group where we bargained for a long time over should there be a reclassification study or not. When I was elected to this body, one of the first things I did was go into the Labor Relations Department and try to talk about health insurance because I was so used to talking about it on the school district side. And I basically discovered there's a whole different line of responsibility. Bargaining is not a responsibility of the Assembly. It is entirely a responsibility of the administration. My experience has been that we've got some pretty darn good folks working for this city. And virtually always, if I have a question, I can call them and I can get into a discussion where I can understand their position and I feel a lot better about a vote and I understand it. I, particularly on labor contracts, since my background is frankly, I live on a union paycheck. My husband is in a union and I'm familiar with collective bargaining and I trust collective bargaining. My primary look when I got a contract is to figure out how much it costs and if we can afford it. When I get a contract, I do read it, but I look strongly at the costs and the figures. I have been chagrined and surprised even tonight about some of the implications of language in particularly this contract. I absolutely expected the administration to give us a summary of significant changes. When I went back, I wasn't at that meeting, but I watched the tape of what was said. There was no mention of at least two of the items that Mr. Coffey brought up and that we've discussed at some length tonight. I did prepare, and it's going to be voted on the 24th. It's AO 27S, a document that will require the city bargaining team to include somebody from legal and somebody from finance. That was not the case with these contracts, as I understand it. This also calls for a 30-day window where the contract in its final form is available for the public. It also includes a requirement for a full and complete summary of economic effects to be prepared by the chief financial officer and the independent auditor. I would urge people to take a look at this. It should be available from the clerk's office and see if you think it helps. I think it will. Regards this particular vote, when I first saw this on the agenda, I actually asked the same question to Mr. Reeves. How can we possibly vote to rescind a contract? A contract is a signed legal document between two parties. I do not believe I have the power to unilaterally say this isn't going to be a contract. But then I read Ms. Tucker, or Assembly Counsel's analysis of rescission. My view of this vote is by rescinding it, I'm saying that the Assembly vote was not a good vote and I don't agree with it. I don't think the Assembly voted correctly on this matter. I think that the Assembly had inadequate information and was misled. I am going to vote for this rescission with the emphasis on, I do not believe we are rescinding a contract, but I think we are sending a message to say the Assembly did not act correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. First of all, the level of uncertainty which I spoke about in the beginning is nowhere near the level of uncertainty that we had at the time this contract was approved. I agree with what Ms. Osiander said, and I will add this. As an attorney, when material facts to a contract are not there is grounds for reformation and grounds for rescission. I would expect if this rescission passes, and remember, folks, let's be real clear, we're rescinding our approval of a prior Assembly resolution. We are not rescinding the contract. At this point in time, that could only happen, in my judgment, in two ways. One would be by agreement. It could be reformed and adjusted and fixed. That's what I hope happens. Or it could be dealt with in a court of law. And we'll get all these facts on the table and we'll find out where we stand. So those are the two alternatives that come to mind, and those are the only two that exist here. So what I say to my folks who say we're jumping off the cliff again, I will remind them they jumped off once, and I'm not asking them to jump off now. I'm asking them to take a step back and say, you folks, please, I don't like it when folks applaud when the people I disagree with are being applauded, and I don't like to be applauded when I'm making a speech. Anyway, yeah, so please don't, folks. It just delays us. But here's the deal. If those are the two alternatives, then I would expect if the rescission motion passes that the acting mayor go right to the IBEW and say, we got a real mess on our hands here, and we need to address this issue. And if he truly wants to fix it, he'll let them know that in addition to the olive branch, then there's the possibility of a club, because we need to address it. We have changed our rules dramatically, or there wouldn't be a room full of people here tonight who are facing the loss of opportunity to bid competitively for the city and to do work for the city in fashions for which they've done for years and years and years, and that's why you all are here tonight. So why would we allow that to continue if there were any way on earth to try to rectify it? And that's what I'm asking by this rescission vote, to please set the stage to rectify that colossal mistake we made when, without proper information and knowledge, we approved a bad contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch?
I would simply encourage this body to take an affirmative vote on this action to rescind. I think Mr. Coffey has well laid out the issues. Just here a couple of weeks ago, we had a gentleman that just was a successful contractor on the Denina Center. I believe that he handed back his award for doing a great job and indicated that the cost savings in his contract alone was about $1.5 million that this city benefited by having an open shop competitive bid process. By locking that out with this agreement that it got rushed through at the last minute and by the testimony of a number of folks, it was not fully considered and read. I think there's been recognition on this body that a mistake was made. I think this is a correct step. It's a responsible step, and I would encourage a yes vote on this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the concerns that have been voiced by some of my colleagues, I think, are very legitimate, and I have been working in a perhaps less noisy fashion to see that they're addressed. And it's my understanding that representatives from the IBEW will be sitting down with the administration in the coming weeks to address some of these issues. Now, if that process goes forward and we don't see any resolution coming out of that, then I think I would consider supporting a rescission motion. However, to do that in advance of that process, I think removes the only club we have. I appreciate the concept. I appreciate the concerns. I support some resolution to the concerns that have been brought forth since this contract was implemented. But I'm not going to support the rescission vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr.
I am going to support the rescission. I think there was a case made for a couple factors that struck me. And again, Mr. Coffey did a good job of getting that around and consulted with those that were, including, I believe, the IBW. The private sector impacts were not disclosed on the summary of economic effects. And to what that means to me and the others, it should be interpreted as when we make the decision, here's the financial impacts on those who are involved in the parties. And there was a complete sector, a lot of them are out here now, there was a complete sector that have private economic impacts, private contractors in particular, that are excluded. So the summary of economic effects was incorrect. It was incomplete. Should I have said, hey, guys, the summary of economic effects is incomplete? Probably. And I guess, you know, in all of our recognition of how diligent we work, and that I take pride in how diligent I work. I memorize clauses and take these things to places where I shouldn't be reading them. But the rescission to me allows us to go back to the grounds where we can gather the facts and make a decision based on that. I'm not afraid of the consequences of the interim, of what do we do? We're going into the gray area where there may be a contract and may not be a contract. I listened to AMEA folks. They were without a contract that was valid for a year or more. They functioned in their departments fine. There was a goal to try to correct it and bring it back. So I don't question the contract and the negotiations that came to the contract. What I question are the facts that I was given in the lack of those facts and sometimes the material incorrectness of them. I'm not blaming anyone for them, but I believe that the case has been made that after I had the facts, after I have the facts, I'm happy even bringing back the same contract again if that's what the parties there and do that. I don't believe there's a problem in getting into the area where if we unratify it that the contract is null and void. That doesn't concern me, but I would like to see it rescinded, our action, and bring that back for us to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick comment. Mr. Starr said that, I think you said that rescinding allows us to go back and these aren't your exact words, but go back and talk about the contract. Well, that's what I thought I heard you say, but, okay, well, I apologize, Mr. Starr. How's that? Anyway, rescinding doesn't allow us to do anything, and I really appreciate your comments, Mr. Flynn, because it was exactly how I feel, the fact that the administration, this is up to the administration right now, and the union. It is not up to us. By no means. It is not. And with that said, I mean, everybody already knows how I'm going to vote, and for all the right reasons. And I expect that the administration is going to work with IBEW and come to some kind of conclusion, whatever it is. And with that said, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Dr. Selkirk.
I have a question to Ms. Tucker. So we're using Robert's Rules of Order, and basically, and we kind of stopped there. I mean, what are the implications? Can we do anything? Can we do anything we want? I mean, when we begin to move into Robert's Rules of Orders, can we set some different standards? What's the I still am uncomfortable with not really clearly understanding what the implications of our actions are, should this pass.
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, the rescission of assembly action is covered in both the municipal code specifically, and as Mr. Reeves referred to, it's also, the code also incorporates provisions of Robert's Rules. The municipal code provides that in the case of an ordinance, the assembly cannot rescind an ordinance past its effective date. But for a resolution, it doesn't have that restriction. It's very specific. But it also says in the municipal code that other items that cannot be rescinded are as in Robert's Rules. And I don't believe any of those exceptions are applicable here. So what the assembly is doing is undoing its vote to ratify the contract.
So does that mean that the contract won't be ratified?
That's right.
So tonight we're really voting on the contract again?
No, because you would have to, that would take a different action. This if a rescission of the Assembly resolution that adopted the contract goes into effect tonight, then the effect is to put you back in status quo before the contract came before you.
Haven't we signed a contract? Isn't that contract signed with
Yes.
the DPW?
And my understanding from what Mr. Reeves had said before through the chair is that actually the contract gets potentially signed before it ever comes to you for ratification. So the question about whether it's signed or not may not be relevant.
So then I would ask, what good is a contract? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I just wonder what good is a contract then. And it just seems like we're out on this new ground. I don't understand. I mean, could you maybe elaborate, Mr. Reeves?
Dr. Selkirk, through the chair. As I understand it, once the contract is ratified, it is then implemented. Changes are made. Employees are treated differently than they would have been if there were not a new contract. Robert's Rules includes the limitation, which Ms. Tucker identified for you in her memo to you, that you may not rescind a measure when, quote, when something has been done and it is impossible to undo, close quote. So I leave it to all of you, based on your sophisticated understanding of what you're doing here, to make a judgment about whether it's possible to undo the ratification of this contract.
So it would seem to me that if we can undo the ratification of this contract, we can undo the ratification of any union contract from here on out. I mean, really, I think we have to be very thoughtful about what we're doing here. I mean, either we believe in collective bargaining and we bargain good contracts that we can live with, you know, which apparently we've stumbled on. But if we either believe in good contract, collective bargaining, or we don't. If we go through the collective bargaining process and come to an agreement with trusted partners on the other side, then, you know, and then we decide, you know, 6 months later it's not a contract we like, then we can rescind the vote and we actually go back and say the contract is no longer applicable. I doubt that. I think we're going to end up in court. I think that we're, and I think in the end, I mean, I'm not sure we're going to get where we want to go. It seems to me the way to approach this. I mean, you know, when you move out of the political and the posturing, we just heard tonight that fire and police have come to the table and agreed to some changes.
Actually, Dr. Selkirk, only the fire department has come.
Okay, we've been told that police is going to go. You're going to begin to talk to police on Monday. Is that
We're
correct?
talking with all the other bargaining units.
All right. So we've got bargaining units at the table talking about changes, and there appears to be a willingness on these bargaining units to recognize that there are critical issues in the contract that are no longer really working for the city. It would seem to me the most effective thing to do is to let that process be negotiated. If we got to the point that we could not meet the needs that we have at the city, there are other options to take. One might be to rescind a contract. One might be to challenge the issue of the fact that it wasn't signed by the CFO. One might be a whole variety of things. But ideally, since we're engaged historically in a collective bargaining situation that over time is based on trust, I don't think it makes any sense to just rescind a contract when we don't really understand the implications to all the other contracts we have. I mean, this is a huge deal to suggest that it would mean that we can rescind the police contract and we can put the fire contract. And what it does is it puts at risk the structure that we've got. So and that doesn't mean contract. It does not mean that, and it doesn't mean I don't want to see changes in this contract and that I won't work for changes in this contract. But I think, again, we're moving into ground that is very risky, and we shouldn't be doing this.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm even more uncomfortable with this now than I was before, and I appreciate Dr. Selkirk asking the question, because What we heard Mr. Coffey say before was that the only effect of this vote to rescind would be saying, hey, we made a mistake when we voted on this before. What I'm hearing now is that's not true, that the effect of voting to rescind is significantly more impactful than that. And I would ask Assembly Counsel if that is accurate. Am I reading this right?
Through the chair, I don't understand the difference in the question between what Mr. Coffey said and what I said. And I think that the other problem, and why I wish to respond to make sure that Dr. Selcraig understood my comments, is that I don't think that anything in Mr. Coffey's AM says that, or can be correctly paraphrased by Dr. Selcraig as saying that when we don't like a contract, we can then rescind it. In public government, there are always hoops that have to happen. There are checks and balances that go through, so that if the Assembly or the mayor or any other part of government is in a position to take action, that action has to follow the appropriate protocols. And as Mr. Coffey's Assembly memorandum outlines, there were irregularities and problems here. Problems like the fact that it's unclear what contract the Assembly approved, because even though the resolution that ratified the contract says that a contract is attached, none was attached. As a transaction attorney here, I liken it to a bond closing or anything else that the Assembly is doing. And the problems, as Ms. Selcraig pointed out, are not necessarily are not at all deemed something that the other party did, but nonetheless, in case law here in this state and in others, when the government takes action, then that action needs to be correct all the way down the line. So it's not a case at all of being able to say, oh, I ratified a contract and now I don't like the contract. That's not what Mr. Coffey said, and it's not what his AM supports.
And that's not what I'm asking you either. What I'm asking you is the effect of rescinding our action limited to just sort of, as Mr. Coffey said, saying, oops, we made a mistake, we want to think about it a little more? Or is it more broadly impactful than that? Is, in fact, our action to rescind is the ultimate effect making the contract itself in its entirety, not just the parts that people suddenly have found objectionable, null and void?
I
heard you even without the mic.
Sorry, because of the penumbra. My answer to that is no, that the rescission of the Assembly's vote does not immediately impact rescission of the contract. Those are two completely separate things. Rescission of a contract is governed by is a specific term of art, and as Mr. Coffey talked about, there's a whole body of case law for rescinding and reformation of contracts that goes on and on. Rescinding the Assembly vote on ratification of a contract and what's before you is a procedural use of the word rescission, and it undoes your action in ratifying the contract. That doesn't mean that it undoes the contract itself.
But the contract can't be in place unless it's ratified by this Assembly. So if we unratify it, then we've undone the contract.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it puts you in status quo prior to your adoption of the contract. So there's a process set out in the collective bargaining code here that has different steps that happen both for collective bargaining and contract ratification by the Assembly. So everything that went forward up until Assembly ratification remains in place just as it was the night that you ratified the contract.
Which means this contract is no longer in place because it was not in place prior to our ratification of it.
No. Could I try?
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I don't think we need to pursue this any further. I think I'm satisfied that the
Thank you, Mr.
water is murky enough, and I don't trust those that are telling me there are no obstructions, so go ahead and dive in.
There are 5 others in the queue. Maybe some clarification will come. Mr. Birch.
It's fairly plain. We were lied to when this contract was presented to us. It's documented. We got inadequate information, misinformation, and it's clear that the cost and the financial impact of the city and the contractors in the city is substantial. This needs to be voted on. We need to vote on it in the affirmative. It takes the right action. It is a step towards correcting a wrong, and I would urge an affirmative vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms.
Chair,
Osiander.
can I respond to that?
I'm sorry. Who's looking to respond?
Could I?
Oh, Ms. Handyside, you are in the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to let the Assembly know that overall we definitely hear your dissatisfaction with the process. We understand that. Mr. Coffey talked about the olive branch and the club. We've gotten the club tonight, Mr. Coffey, and we get it. While I will acknowledge that the process was clumsy, I think on behalf of the dozens of municipal staff who were involved in this process, it just doesn't sit well with me to imply that there was intentional misleading and lying to. And just as part of the public record, I needed to say that on behalf of the municipal staff. And in fact, the previous administration submitted an ordinance that would actually tighten up this process and would enhance your role. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Handyside. Ms. Osiander.
Well, I got in the queue to point out in Ms. Tucker's memo, number 3, statement which said rescission of the Assembly action, is it the same as rescission of the contract? And the answer was no. I believe that the only way you can actually tell if a contract is totally in place is through the courts or through joint action of the bodies. There are a number of things that potentially could be a legal challenge to this contract. Many of them have been mentioned tonight. I mean, Mr. Starr went so far as to were there 4 members or 2 members of the committee. Ms. Selcraig brought up, well, was there a full and complete, I think several people brought up a full and complete C. Was there, I can't begin to list all the specifics. My view of this vote and my understanding, based on my experience in this memo, is this just adds one potential future layer of things that could be challenged or worked through either by both parties or by the courts. It just is another sort of seal on this to basically give the Assembly's opinion. I don't think that Ms. Tucker is qualified to unilaterally say yes or no. I don't think that Mr. Reeves is unilaterally qualified to say if there's 4 members or 2 members, it's material or not material, and it could be determined again by a court of law or by both parties sitting down. So there isn't, as much as we want a clear and definitive answer, I don't think it's possible. So urge a vote.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Klayman.
Thank you. Just in listening to the debate, I am reminded of a movie called Pay It Forward. Many of you may have seen it. I hear the complaints by some members of the body about what information was or wasn't provided back in November and December. I don't see, if this rescission motion were to pass, I don't see it as doing anything except potentially bring lawsuits, uncertainty, high cost to the city with no guaranteed result. And I would encourage the body not to pass this and we recognize changes. I've already implemented changes in the administration since I became mayor, and that is asking that we have 3 people at the table every time so we have a better handle on the information that is exactly what you're seeking. I think we have to move forward and not go backwards, and I would encourage a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Selcraig, hopefully the last comment.
Brief. I think that there's really only 2 ways to change this contract. I think that this contract can be changed through negotiation and litigation, and those are the 2 ways. And it seems to me that if you're going to go into negotiation, which is the cheapest and the easiest and the best path, you're much better off going in with a neutral playing field, finding out what you can get through that process, and then assessing what your next step is. I don't think this moves us forward. I think it creates potentially risk in other contracts. I don't think we know what we're doing. And Mr. Flynn said it, that the fact is that if negotiation doesn't work, you can return to this action. But to kind of start out with the club before you sit down and figure out what you can get through negotiation, I don't think is an effective process. So I'm not going to be supporting it.
Mr. Coffey, final comment?
Yes, thank you, since I brought it. First of all, let's make it clear, by the budget we brought forward tonight and laid on the table, we can deal with the deficit without having to get the union concessions that was mentioned earlier. And I wouldn't, for one, count on them for a minute. Secondly, if you read the AM, there's 5 points. The summary of economics effect did not meet the requirements of our code. Does anybody disagree with that? Maybe. If you do, I don't know what your grounds to be. No change in the scope of work was identified. That was a change because they moved departments or people in from one department to another. The contract has unallowable restrictions to full and open competition. The federal letter says it. Material mistakes have been identified. They've been identified by the acting mayor himself. We all know they exist. The contract wasn't attached as it said it was, so we really don't know what it said. The one I had draft stamped all over it, had underlines all through it, contained information from 1982, something to do with out in Eklutna. And finally, there's items that still remain outstanding that are not part and parcel of the contract. So procedurally, we are absolutely deficient. We approved a contract contrary to our own ordinances. And by saying that I would like to rescind my actions then, we are trying as best we can to say this won't happen again and to rectify what was a grievous mistake. I know the way the vote's going to go on this thing. It's going to be 5-5, in my opinion. And the same people who voted for the contract are voting against rescission. And if Mr. Klayman were here, he would vote against it as well, and it would be 6-5. So be it.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further comments? Seeing none, please vote. That item fails 5-5. Order, please. No applause. This is not something to celebrate. Order, please. You'll be asked to leave the room. If I could ask the body for its patience here. Get rid of it. Pardon me? Yeah. No.
Madam Chair, move to change the order of the day to take up 14B and C. Can I have a second?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of public hearing items that we need to wrap up tonight. Item 14B, Ordinance AO 2009-29, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 17.25.060E regarding spaying and neutering dogs and cats. A motion would be in order.
Oh, no, we need a public
Oh, I'm
hearing.
sorry. The public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Anyone wishing to be heard? Anyone at all on spaying and neutering? Seeing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Move
What's
to
the wish of the
approve.
body? Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Engel, would like to talk to us?
Thank you. Through the Chair Drummond and Assembly members, I just wanted to pass on our Animal Care and Control Board has reviewed the ordinance, and Mr. Koniger was unable to be here tonight due to a family emergency. But I wanted to let you know that they've agreed to reluctantly support the ordinance, but there were two areas which they wanted to bring some concern about. And one is in Section 1, and I believe Mr. Gutierrez is going to pass out a document with a proposed amendment. They would like to add back in the section that says, except if in the determination of a licensed veterinarian, a medical delay is required due to the health or age of the animal, and the department is supportive of that recommendation. And then on the second thing Mr. Koniger wanted us to express to you was that the Animal Care and Control Board would request a sunset provision on allowing us to have the spay-neuter adoption deposit system. So I just wanted to express that because he did want to come tonight, and since it's a commission that advises the Assembly and the administration, wanted to let you know what his recommendation was. Thank you.
I believe an amendment is going to be offered to that end. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move amendment number 1.
Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez. Would you like to read it in?
Yes. Amendment number 1 is on, you'll find the language on page 1, lines 17 through 19 of the ordinance. And basically it adds back some language that the proposal before us would take out, so that section E would read, any dog or cat over the age of 4 months adopted from the Animal Care and Control Center shall be spayed or neutered, in brackets to be deleted then, would be prior to transfer of ownership of the animal to the adopting owner, end bracket, except if in the determination of a licensed veterinarian a medical delay is required due to the health or age of the animal. The Chief Animal Control Officer shall establish procedures to accomplish spay-neuter either at the Animal Care and Control Center or through arrangements with the local veterinary community, and establish an appropriate fee structure using customary market prices for such medical services in order to implement this section. And I would defer to Ms. Engel to explain the impact of that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Engel?
In terms of the...
hold on 1 minute. We need a second for the amendment. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Go ahead, Ms. Engel.
Thank you. Through the Chair, the impact of this would just be that we inadvertently left out the piece that allows the animal control officer to say if this dog is not medically able to be spayed or neutered at the time, that we wouldn't hold an owner accountable to do something that wasn't medically indicated.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osiander, on this amendment?
That part of it's fine. The part that confuses me is why we're going to set up a fee structure when it's going to be done by private. I mean, basically we're saying you just have to go out and get it spayed or neutered. Why do we need a fee structure?
Thank you. Through the Chair, Ms. Osiander. The way that the regulation currently is that we do not adopt out any animals unless they've been spayed or neutered first, and the adopter pays for the spayed or neuter service. Animal control makes sure that happens before they take possession of the animal, which is the preferred method, but we haven't been able to secure that.
I understand. So basically they're going to have to put in a deposit with the dog to say, and so the fee structure is just to determine how much the deposit will be?
Through the Chair, Ms. Osiander, yes, I believe so.
And so then they get their deposit back if they come in and show that the dog's been...
Yes, and it's the intention of the department, through the Chair, Ms. Osiander, yes, and it's the intention of the department to move quickly to provide a solution which does not have the deposit system, goes back to being able to spay or neuter prior to adoption.
Because of the pain with the administrative part, I'm sure.
Because only about 65% of owners ever come back to get their fee, and it's not a best practice.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Any objection to unanimous consent of this ordinance? The amendment. No objection to the amendment. That amendment is incorporated. The entire ordinance before us is before us as amended. Any further discussion? Ms. Osiander.
Was the second amendment made? No. Okay, because she was asking for final vote, so I was...
He's not going to make the second amendment.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No objection, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, this item passes. 14C is open for public hearing. That would be ordinance number AO 2009-30, an ordinance approving a long-term, non-competitive lease of Heritage Land Bank parcels 3-032B and 3-060, restricted by a public purpose reverter clause located south of Tudor Road and east of Elmore Road to the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety for a statewide services scientific crime detection laboratory, brought to us by the Heritage Land Bank, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 129-2009. The public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Anyone wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing for this item is now closed.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion. Oh, Ms. Handyside, speak to us, please.
Request an amendment to that, and I believe that's been passed out by Mr. Coffey.
No. Oh?
Okay. Let's see. Where is that? 14C. Hold on a second.
So what's the amendment? The underlying part is the amendment?
Do you need this?
Provided the failed
From spaying and neutering?
municipality shall purchase. Wait a minute.
Would you like me to read the
item
amendment?
14C? Let's see. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
I'll move the amendment for purpose of discussion. Do you want me to read it in, or is a written copy okay?
Second.
Clerk?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. On page 2 of the Assembly Memorandum, on line 15, it would add the language, provided if the state fails to construct the scientific crime detection laboratory, e.g. for lack of construction financing, the municipality shall purchase any site improvements to the premises at their fair market value, but not the cost of installing such items. And I will say, I think on behalf of most of my colleagues, what in the hell is this?
Thank you, Mr. Birch. You can explain this? Be my guest.
Yes, this basically relates to the improvements that were going to be located underneath the proposed crime lab site, and the idea would be that the city would be responsible for the gravel that would be placed there, but not the transportation costs, which are significant, associated with moving that gravel there. So we would derive the benefit of those improvements if the project doesn't move forward. And I see Mr. Coffey's back here. So.
Thank you. I have several people in line, but I think Mr. Coffey needs to explain his amendment
I'm sorry.
first.
I was back
Go ahead.
talking to other lawyers. We handed out, Ms. Handyside had handed out what is a section of the proposed lease on the ground. And I handed it out to everybody. It's got item 14C on the top, and it references the AO. And you'll see there's some underlined language at line 15, and then some handwritten language at lines 19 and 20.
Yes, Mr. Flynn has already read it into the record for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
The purpose is clear. There's a provision in the lease that says if the state doesn't get funding, they are not obligated to proceed with the lease. This says if they don't get funding and go out of there, we will pay them because they will have improved our property. They're going to have to bring in gravel material, for example. They will excavate and backfill. When I read this, the underline is something the state asked for. I added, we will only pay for the value of the material or the other improvements if they install sewer and water and that sort of thing. I thought it was a better deal to say we would only pay for those things, but not the costs of actually doing the work. What's the value of them in place? Now, Ms. Handyside can speak to why the state insists on the language that is underlined. And I think that has to do with trying to get the funding necessary to do it, but I'll leave that to her.
Okay.
Well,
go ahead, Ms. Handyside.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe this does give the state a little bit more of a comfort level in that they do have $12 million for the first 2 phases of the project, but they believe that they'll be able to make their case to the legislature for more funding if they have a more secure contract, and they believe that this language will help them in that pursuit. We feel at the city that if we do, if they are unable to follow through and receive the funding for the crime lab, that as Dr. Selcraig has pointed out in previous work sessions, that this is a highly desirable piece of land that we would be able to ultimately use for another public purpose. And so it would be appropriate to pursue this method of compensating the state for improvements that they had made to it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Handyside. Several questions. Ms. Osiander?
I could see giving them a certain period of time, and if they don't have money, the lease can be broken. Okay, the example was given of gravel, but the way I read this, if they build a foundation, we have to buy the foundation. I don't think this is anything that's good for the city at all. I'd certainly be happy to have a provision that they can take their gravel back. That's fine. I'd certainly be happy to see some provision that says the lease can be broken if they don't get the money. But not that we buy a foundation or some other half-built structure if they can't get enough money to finish it. Why should we accept that liability?
We would not. It only applies to Phase 1 and Phase 2. So it does not apply to Phase 3, which would be the construction.
It doesn't say that. It says any site improvements at their then market value. Any site improvements is what it says.
But I believe that it's referring to a point in the contract that I do not have in front of me right now. Mr. Reeves, can you address this?
I'll try.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Osiander, through the chair.
Actually, could I have a moment to talk with Mr. Reeves before he responds?
It's not fun to have people yell at me. I don't like that. That's what I'm saying. Patrick, respectful disagreement is fine, but don't slur motives.
That's a lot of time.
He does it. And occasionally it comes from me.
Did you say? We're not going to get done.
Well, it's instead past 11.
Hey, the school budget passed by itself if we don't do anything to it. Passes automatically.
You know what makes the whole body sad? That's not going to.
What do you need to cancel the 10th, the meeting of the 10th? There appears to be agreement
30 hours going into tonight, so we'll have another 8 to 9 days, 40, 50 hours. My point is, I don't want to wait. I want to continue, so when I study the topic,
Okay. All right. Want me to call?
Madam Chair, I believe it would be helpful if Krista Stearns could perhaps give us a 2-minute background on the negotiations for the lease and how we came to this conclusion and the impacts or the implications of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Handyside. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam
Pull the
Chair.
microphone down. Introduce yourself.
My name is Krista Stearns. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the State of Alaska. I've been involved in this project and the negotiation of this lease for over a year now. We do ask that you approve the lease, and the amendment, or the paragraph 5 in the amendment there, it really is reflecting an immediate concern right now of getting the state to work on the site right now. State procurement policy does not permit typically the state to go ahead and start work on a construction project without having secured full funding. And we're concerned basically that if we did proceed and there is some funding, and the funding is really restricted right now to site preparation. That's already been appropriated and the money's in the bank to do that. And the question is, do we go forward now or not? Do we put people to work now or not? And without the knowledge of whether we'll get full funding. The lease as drafted without the amendment has provisions that if we don't get full funding for this project, that it would automatically terminate at a date certain. I believe it's September 1st of 2011, and that the lease would be abandoned. If we go ahead and make improvements to the property, these improvements, the site preparation, grubbing, gravel, preparation for utilities to be installed, are invested, the state's not comfortable doing that with the possibility that it might have to walk away from those improvements. We also think that's probably poor decision making in terms of trying to get additional funding. This amendment would allow the state to feel comfortable going ahead and making those improvements, and if it was forced to walk away later, the city would compensate the state not for its actual cost of installing, but the increased value to the property, and there's a process set in the lease for this. Essentially what this is an election by the city under terms that are already in the lease to say, we will purchase the increased value to the land that you commit to it if you have to walk away. So for instance, if we have $7 million for that work, but the fair market value of those improvements in 2011 is $3 million, that would be the increased value. So it's not, the cost of the transportation of the gravel and all of those things necessarily, and that would be determined at that time. I would also add that by investing into the property at this time, I think that the state's going to be loath to want to walk away. And it's committed to this site. It's committed to trying to obtain the funding for this site. And really, the amendment addresses, does the state get to work on this project starting now and doing the groundwork this spring, or do we wait for full funding? Because the state will not progress without some assurance that it will get some compensation back. It's taking a risk. And to some degree, the municipality is taking a risk because you may have to pay this, but in theory, you're just going to pay for the value that you would get. The risk from the state's perspective is really on its side.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of questions for the speaker. Okay, Dr. Selcraig.
I guess I have apprehensions about this, particularly in the light of the fact that we have a $17 million deficit. And the fact is that we are in vulnerable times, and the state also is in vulnerable times. And it seems odd to me to transfer that risk or that from the state to us. Basically what it is it's true we would end up with whatever was in the property, but right now we own the property. It's the transaction between us and the state is a pretty good. Excuse me, you guys. It's really hard for me to talk. It's a very good deal for the state fundamentally. The land is available to you. We're a good partner, so it's just hard for me. Even if it's just $2 million, just $2 million right now would be a lot of money for us. So I don't think I can support this, not because I don't support the project, but because we're not economically resilient enough to take more risk. I mean, we are looking at a 17 to $26 million deficit, and that's this year. There's a ballot measure that could cost us another $6 million next year and the following year. So I just don't know how I could vote for this and put us in a position where we might have to pay another couple $1 million.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Klayman?
You can withdraw that. I had actually put that in before Ms. Stearns came and has been addressing these questions.
That's fine.
So
We'll
I don't
go
have
on.
any
Mr.
comments.
Coffey? Your turn.
We have a piece of raw land. We're ready to start both a road and a building. The state's about to put $12 million into it. My understanding is that the way this is presented is the $12 million would be spent on site preparation. We wouldn't have to worry about a foundation or other types of infrastructure that would compel us to pay for something we really wouldn't add value to a different user. So now instead of having a piece of Class B wetlands, we have a piece of excavated and backfilled with gravel and material, sewer and water lines ready to, depending on how far you go and how far you get, bedded and in place for a large tract of property. Costs, say, $10, $12 million. Market value in place, $3, $4, $5 million. How much easier do you think it's going to be to get the next user to come along if the state of Alaska backs out? This is the kind of thing that, to me, is certainly there's risk and risk of having to pay for it, but it's a lot lower, it's a lot of benefit from a very little risk. If we say no, this project may come to not only a halt this summer, it may come to a halt forever. So use your judgment, folks. For me, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, but I look at it and we're going to have a piece of property that is substantially more valuable regardless of whether or not we have to pay some or a small portion of what they put into it. So there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander.
Maybe you can give me a compelling reason why the municipality should accept the liability for a state project. That's how I'm reading this.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, I don't view it as accepting a liability. Actually, what would happen is if without this amendment to the lease or to the AM in front of you, what would happen is if the state went ahead and improved the property now without an agreement up front about what would happen, there would be two options under the lease. One is that at the end, and if we did not get the funding, the city could say to the state, we select what's called the restoration option. This is in paragraph 9 of the lease. The restoration option says, return it back to the condition we gave it to you in. Now, it seems, from our perspective, that if we did that, and the lease expired or terminated because we didn't get funding, that the city would never say, put the trees back, put the grading back, because there's a benefit to the city. The other option that could happen if the termination occurs because we don't get funding for the full construction is a purchase option. And under the purchase option, there is a system put in place where the city and the state can agree to purchase the improvements made to the property. And if they can't agree, then there's a system where appraisers are hired and they discuss and come to an agreement. So there's a third party system. So what the state is asking more so is saying, hey, city, we need to know that you will choose the purchase option if this happens, not the restoration option. And yeah, it does create an exposure to have to pay some money, but I view it more as an election up front that we'll choose the purchase option. And why the city might want to do that is if it would like to see the construction proceed now, and obviously if you think it's a good deal. My understanding is the state will not proceed with construction, the site preparation work, and the other work that's already funded unless there's some agreement up front. Well, and from everything that I've understood with our engineers is that those improvements would be generally applicable to any kind of construction that would be put to that property.
That was actually my next question. I think this is a great project. I've already advocated for it. I've talked to the mayor's office about including it in our request for stimulus money. I support the project. I'm not real keen on giving the city additional liability. If it's this restoration language that's troublesome, I'd be a lot more comfortable with getting rid of that, because it's hard for me to see, after you specifically do site preparation for your building, how that's going to have universal appeal for any potential user down the road. Well, a gravel pad, sure, but if there's a septic system and a water line that's set up for a certain structure, then I don't get it. I really don't want the city to have additional liability for this.
Sure, and I understand that. I would say this, that if there are things that are installed onto the property or it's prepared in a certain way that's very specific to the building, that would certainly affect the fair market value. I don't know how else otherwise to address it, but the state wants to also emphasize that we would appreciate the lease being approved regardless of whether or not the amendment can go forward. They're not tied together in that regard. This is really about the value of
the lease.
Value of getting the state to work on this spring, and there's construction funding for that. I do think that as a practical matter, once the state invests in the property, it will, in a responsible way that we can justify to our own legislature. You can certainly appreciate that the legislature may not like the fact that we invest in a property where we don't have full funding, and that's the kind of quandary we're in.
All right. Well, I'll certainly commit to you that I'll advocate for this. I will continue to push our legislators to fund this. I think it's a great project. I'm not going to support the amendment. I will support the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Stearns, did I understand you to say that the language we're adding to the Assembly memorandum is actually already in the lease agreement?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, that's my interpretation. I mean, I don't act obviously as your lawyer, but under the agreement or the lease, at the expiration of the lease, and an expiration could occur if the state does not get full funding by a date certain, there would be two options the municipality has to exercise. One is a restoration option that says, hey, put the property back in the condition you found it. The second is a purchase option saying, we will purchase the improvements by fair market value. So in my view, it's an election under the lease, that could occur anyways. But what I am saying is the state will not take the risk and invest in the property before it has full funding unless we understand the municipality to agree that they would select the purchase option up front.
So when you said this was already in the lease, you meant the binary choice,
right?
Not the specific pre-selection of option B.
Exactly.
Okay.
If I could, I don't mean, well, I do mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Mr.
But
Mayor.
this might kind of clear things up for everybody. We're in this interesting place in which periodically the Assembly says, why didn't you tell us more information? And we had a discussion early in the week, or I guess it was late last week, about the lease and the city's thinking that we should exercise an option in this option that Ms. Stearns is discussing. And if you're more comfortable passing and approving a lease without the amendment, that's fine with us because we can go forward just approving the lease. You don't need to approve the amendment for us to approve the lease. And you're informed that the city's view today is that if for some reason state funding doesn't come through, we're not going to want to restore the property. We're going to want to take the option of getting the benefit of the improvements to the land. So the amendment is not necessary to passage and allowing us to go forward. We're happy to do it if you want, but if it's too much trouble.
Well,
go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Well, I was not quite done, actually.
Sorry, Mr. Flynn.
Quite all right. Presumably, if we were going to provide some restoration to the state, some financial recompense, that would be a subject to approval of this body. So, we can say whatever we want tonight. That's fine. I guess to Mr. Reeves, is putting this in an Assembly memorandum give it the force of law, as opposed to the actual ordinance?
Mr. Flynn, through the chair, my understanding is that the lease, which has already been signed, does provide for this choice of two alternatives, as you pointed out, and as Ms. Stearns explained. What you're discussing now is some additional information that has been added to the a.m. to tell you what the municipality would intend to do if this were approved.
Okay.
This does not require, Ms. Stearns can correct me if I'm wrong, this does not require an amendment of the lease. The lease has already been signed.
That's my understanding of it. I'm pleased to hear that the city's council also agrees that what this is effectively an advance election under the lease. And I can't speak to why it was presented this way, but certainly after having attended tonight's meeting, I can certainly appreciate that transparency is of utmost importance. I also just have a point of clarification. Right now, the state has about $8 million for this site work, not $12 million.
Okay. I'll just finish up, Madam Chair. You know, I'm going to support this. This is PLI zone land, if I recall correctly. So the only thing that can go there is some sort of public institution, and we're going to have to do site prep, whether it's the state crime lab or a new public health center, whatever it happens to be. So we're just making a down payment using the state's money, and if they don't build, then we'll buy it back from them. I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Handyside.
Some additional information, if we do go forward with and approve this amendment, if you do, through the chair, we would have 60 jobs that would begin, I believe, in March on this land. Currently, the police department spends an estimated $500,000 a year on evidence review, and I think Ross Plummer can talk to you a little bit more about that in detail if you wish. And I wanted the Assembly to know that in the next 2 weeks, I believe, you're going to receive a request for $52,000 to send DNA out of state to be reviewed because the current lab does not have the capacity. So in addition to the land and the decision today, I wanted to make sure that the Assembly was focused on the outcome of this facility. Great.
You come with some additional information.
I do, Madam Chair. The number of jobs that we're expecting to be created if we get to work this spring is 53. And also, if you're interested in more of the exact numbers, I misspoke about the $8 and the $12 million, and Matt Tanaka, the state's engineer, could address that if you want to know exactly more detail about that.
Do we want to know more detail? Not at this time. Let's hold that in abeyance. We have 5 people in the queue. We have Ms. Johnston next.
I was just wondering, I'm not sure who can answer me, but when Mr. Coffey brought up this amendment, to me it sounded the reason we have this is so that if we did need to buy it back, it would be at fair market value as opposed to the replacement value. And isn't that what we're voting on with this amendment? We're not, so that it really clarifies the agreement to our position that it would be fair market versus replacement. Am I right? Isn't that the thrust of this amendment?
That's correct.
So I'm in full support of this amendment because I'd rather do a fair market value than I would replacement.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Dr. Selcraig.
Well, once again, I'm a little challenged here. So what we have is an effort by Mr. Coffey to improve an act that's already been done in the lease. Is that correct? There's a lease signed. Is the lease signed?
Through the chair, it's been signed by the state. I don't know if it's been signed by the municipality, but it's the state's understanding that it would not be in effect until approved by the Assembly.
Okay, so we are approving the lease tonight. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Mr. Reeves nods yes.
Okay, it seemed to me that there was the implication that the lease was already signed in somewhere in a comment. So if we're approving the lease, I guess 2 things. One is that this statement, the underlined statement plus the additional verbiage after it has no limitation on it. So we keep talking about a pad or we keep talking about site prep, but it could be half a building. Why can't it be, Mr. Coffey? Can you answer me?
Well, the reason that it can't be is because the funding only goes so far, and once they get to foundations and buildings and the rest of it, they'll be in a different phase for which we will have no obligation to purchase it.
Excuse me, how much is that initial funding?
8 to 12 million depends on the kind of initial scope of the work, but okay. I think 8 million before you get into other things that might be more site specific.
So the initial exposure for us would be $8 million, assuming that you didn't get the next round of funding?
Through the chair, I would think it would be far less because it would be a market value assessment. And we don't know what that would be at the time. But the idea would be that the city would be purchasing the improvements of no more than their value to the city.
Okay, I just want a little clarification. What we have before us tonight is a lease that does not have the underlined in it, the underlined comments in it. Is that correct, Ms.? This is, I mean, we're looking at an AM. I'm looking at an AM, but I'd like to know what do we have the lease here? Do we have a copy of the lease? We don't have a copy of the lease, but we're approving it?
Ms. Stearns has a copy of the lease with her, if you'd like to review that.
So, and we're approving it.
And Ms. Dr. Selkirk, I just in terms of the terms of the lease, Mr. Reeves actually wasn't the municipal attorney that was working this particular project, but I met extensively with both Ms. Stearns, the municipal attorney handling the matter, and we reviewed the lease in great detail, specifically to these clauses that have to do with what happens if they don't build the lab. It described basically two options at the municipality's election about what happens if the state doesn't get the funding. And if the state doesn't get the funding, then the city has under the lease two options. And through discussions, we had articulated the exact preference that Ms. Johnston articulated, the same preference that Mr. Coffey articulated, and which is that we're better off not having to pay the cost of putting it back the way it was, because that's far more expensive than just paying the fair market value of it after it's been improved.
Okay, it's a little deja vu here for me. We just went through about an hour of conversation about an act that the Assembly took when we didn't have a contract attached. And now tonight, it's a small deal, but now the next item is for us to approve a lease that we don't have before us, and we have a specific amendment to that lease, which makes it particularly difficult to understand that amendment in the context of the lease in light of the fact we don't have it. And just on the face of this, I can't accept an open-ended commitment here for up to maybe $8 million, but maybe it would be a great deal because we'd only have to pay $6 million without, I mean, there's these things, the corners don't connect here for me. So, and I'm a strong supporter in the project. I'd just as soon postpone this until we have the lease before us and that we can act on it with a sense of knowledge.
Dr. Selkirk, the procedure has never had the Assembly reviewing leases, and that's why we didn't provide it. If no one asked for it after your work session on Friday, and that's had anybody asked, if you want to take 10 minutes, it's now 10:25. If you want to take 10 minutes, Ms. Stearns has a copy of the lease and you can review the provisions. Alternatively, just don't approve the amendment to the AM and approve the lease, which I've heard Ms. Osiander say she's fine with the lease. And we can come back to you and explain the language that's in the amendment to the AM, which is actually trying to keep you informed about a choice that the city has made, which I think the majority of the body supports.
Dr. Selkirk, if I could point out that the material terms and conditions for the lease are summarized in the AM, and this is an amendment to one of those material terms. We still have three people who wish to speak. Mr. Starr.
Has the lease been signed by the city?
No.
Not yet, but it's been signed by the state.
Does it have the clause in it referencing the options to A and B?
Yes, and I personally have reviewed that language, and I've reviewed it in consultation with municipal council.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Well, I'm trying to understand it better. Every time I think I get it, something else comes up. I read the material points in the AM, and I didn't see anything that would have even caused me to consider the possibility that the city would have some liability for doing this lease. All the conversation at the work session was about the value of the project, which is great, and then there was some discussion about the value of the property and, you know, how much we should lease it for, and I was convinced on that, but I never dreamed we'd have to pay anything if this didn't come through. So apparently both Mr. Coffey and possibly Ms. Johnston had seen the lease or had some conversations. This is the first time I've seen it, is right now. And I'm trying to get a better understanding, Mr. Clayman, so give me a little grace here, all right?
I'm happy to give you,
Okay.
let me give you an
So-
analogy to see if it'll help, or
Well,
finish your question.
Could you just, it seems to me that we could, I'm happy to not ding the state if this doesn't work out. I just don't understand why we have to absorb costs.
Right.
We're going to buy something at some point. Why commit us to that?
Well, the first part is it's our land. Here's an analogy that maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. You own property next to your house that is a developable lot right next to where you live, and you realize that you could make money if you sell it to somebody that's going to build a nice home next to your nice home. And it needs a driveway built in there, and it needs some pad work done before they can do it. And you get a buyer who says, I'm going to build this deal, and for whatever reason, they start their improvements before you actually sell them the land. They go through and put in a driveway and do some foundation work, and then suddenly they move to Texas. And they say, Ms. Osiander, we've done all this nice work for you, and we paid $500,000 to do this dirt work, and we thought we got to build a house, but we're not. Would you reimburse us for how much you've benefited by this? And you say, well, the $500,000 work improved my land by $100,000, and that's essentially what we're agreeing to do, that by improving the land for whatever comes instead of a crime lab, the city is agreeing that it will pay the value of how much the land was improved.
Okay, maybe that's the heart of my deal here. This term, the way it's reads here, it says the then market value. I guess that isn't universal or a set figure. It's sort of dependent on what the next user wants to.
Well, actually, under the terms of the lease, it wouldn't be the next user. If this arose, then we would hire, there would be an appraiser hired that would, there would be an appraiser hired, and if one side didn't agree with that appraiser, they could get another appraisal, and you could get up to 3 appraisals done, and then figure out what the appraised value is. So it's actually not, it's at the time that it doesn't happen. It's not today.
Okay, so the benefit to the city is just having the project.
The benefit to this, actually, the benefit to the city is if we don't get the project, we get state investment in improvements that are worth more than the cost of the improvements are worth more than the value of the land increases.
Well, we're having to pay for them.
No, the state's paying for them.
If they back out, we have to pay for them.
Well, but the state would pay $10 million, say, to do the land improvements, and if it only increases the value of the land by $3 million, we pay $3 million, and so we've got a $7 million benefit.
But we wouldn't ordinarily be doing that anyway. We wouldn't be paying for it.
Well, no, I will just note, and then I'll take myself out of the queue. This has strong support in the legislature.
Good.
We've been talking with the legislature.
I've been talking to them too. It's great.
It's got very, very strong support in the legislature.
It's not much liability because they like it. That's what
the likelihood is they're going to appropriate. We're confident they're going to appropriate. Well, we're very optimistic they're going to appropriate the money.
Yeah.
Mr. Coffey.
I have an amendment that may, Mr. Reeves and I just spoke, that may alleviate the concerns. Add at the end, look at the AM, line 15, that now ends, or B, purchase the improvements at the then market value. That's what's there. Okay. And then add this, to the extent that those improvements increase the value of the property. It's a qualifier. If the state does something that is an improvement, but it has no impact on the value of the property, then we wouldn't pay them for it. Example, they put something up that's for the building that's a crime lab. It doesn't help us a bit. It may even actually diminish the value of the property. Once we have that in there, then we go back to the amendment that's in this part that says we are electing the remedy of purchase. We are not electing the remedy requiring restoration.
Mr. Coffey, does that include the but not the cost of installing?
Yes.
This is an amendment.
No.
This is an amendment to the amendment.
No, I know.
That's
Yeah,
already
no, I'm saying the whole of the what's on 14C, the amendment provision to the AM,
The handwritten.
the handwritten portion, all of that. So I would move that, I would ask for a second, then I'll ask what the state thinks about that.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I actually don't think it changes the meaning all that much because it's the market value, but I think if it adds comfort to make the concept of market value more express,
Yes.
then I think that that's fine. One concern I do have, just because I'm a lawyer and I like to be precise, this is really an amendment to your AM. It doesn't amend the lease. It
I understand.
clarifies the election under the lease, and I wanted to make sure that at the risk of creating confusion, that people understood that this is a statement of intention by the municipality under the lease.
Right. And I understand that it's not binding necessarily on the state because unless it's incorporated into the lease terms, it would not be. And that was where I was going to go next. If we can get the AM approved, then maybe we can talk about the lease.
And through the chair, market value is in the lease terms.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, we have
an amendment to the amendment.
We have an amendment to the amendment. Is there any objection to the amendment to the amendment? Let's start from the inside. Seeing no objection to the amendment to the amendment, we have an amendment before us that's been amended. Any objection to the amendment as amended? Seeing none, the amendment is incorporated. Any further discussion on the memorandum before us, on the ordinance before us?
A comment.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
I would hope that the city, when it signs the lease, secures from the state of Alaska an understanding as part of our approval that the AM language is a qualifier to the language in the lease that deals with fair market value.
Through the chair, believe it or not, Mr. Coffey, our intent was to do just that with this process. So
Why would I not believe you, Ms. Handyside? Thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Could we please get things like this earlier in the evening than right when we're about to vote? I didn't, I'm sorry. You got this earlier?
I handed it out.
I apologize. I didn't see it in my organized pile in front of me.
Hey, we had a whole lot of stuff that we didn't get until we sat down tonight. That's only the minorest one of them. Okay, the amended ordinance, the amended memorandum and ordinance is in front of us. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Seeing none, we'd better vote on this one. There's been too many. We better vote. Go ahead. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Coffey, was it your recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair. Move to change the order of the day to take up 13A, the bears, because we have people who would like to testify, I believe. Madam Chair. If I can have a second.
Second.
Okay. Any objection to changing the order of the day to take up the continued public hearing?
Can I make notice? I guess I'd like to open the public hearing. It would be my intention to motion that we continue the public hearing.
We are, let's see.
That's my intention.
Okay, if we open the public hearing, we can take testimony from those folks who are here, and then keep the public hearing open until the 14th, so any others who may have missed an opportunity may do so.
I'd just like to clarify that if you testify tonight, they won't be allowed to testify again.
That's correct, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selkirk?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to understand the 14th of April. Is that what you were anticipating? Okay, thank you.
I believe so, yes. Okay, not the 25th. There's already enough going on the 25th. Before us is the resolution AR 2008-253, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting specific wildlife public safety policies for implementation by the administration and authorizing the allocation of municipal resources to ensure the safety of Anchorage citizens. That is item 13A. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward.
Could be you.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself and perhaps spell your last name if it's a tough one, and you have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Vivian Mendenhall. First, I want to thank you for opening the hearing tonight, because I won't be in the state on April 14th, and also for continuing it, because people I talked with about this said they were under the impression it wouldn't be held until the 14th, and they now have a chance to testify also. Again, my name is Vivian Mendenhall, Mendenhall, is the last name. I have a PhD and 20 years experience in wildlife biology. Most of the experience has been in Alaska. I'm now retired from the agency that I served with. AO 2008-253 has good elements. For instance, its emphasis on education and enforcement of ordinances intended to control garbage problems, because those are both extremely important. However, in general, its attempt for wildlife safety will not be reached by the measures suggested there. One reason is that relocating and destroying bears in Anchorage, and in addition in nearby Chugach State Park, if the Board of Game were to approve that, will not keep them out of our parks. Bears move all over the place. Bears have been tracked by the Fish and Game have been shown to go as far as 100 miles every month. It's their nature to keep exploring and to occupy any vacant habitat, including where you just happen to have removed a bear. Good habitat especially. That's why hunting areas remain good. The animals simply don't stay away when they're taken. Secondly, wildlife safety is a problem throughout the year, and not only with bears. Moose, for instance, I did a review of incidents in the Daily News, and 8 incidents were reported in which people were threatened or hurt, including young children. And I suspect there are a great many more that didn't make it into the Daily News. What did make it in, that 2 people were killed by moose in the past 15 years. And we've been lucky enough that no bear encounters have killed anybody, unless you count the McHugh Creek Trail in 1995. Thirdly, tracking, relocating, and shooting bears, if necessary, is already Department of Fish and Game job, and they do an extremely good job of it. And I believe the city should be cooperating with this and cooperating with them in measures that they suggest, rather than trying to supplant them but not talk with them, which is what goes on right now. Fourthly, as I've already suggested, preventing conflicts with dangerous wildlife needs somebody on the job year-round. The city has huge areas of natural habitat and modified habitat, of course, for enjoyment of people, and they have wildlife in them, and a lot more wildlife in adjacent spots, and yet there's no wildlife professional at all. My recommendation, therefore, is that one position be created, and I know it's a bad time for any kind of expenditure. Excuse me if I'm running over. I got back from Japan last night.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, is to hire a wildlife biologist, an urban wildlife specialist more specifically, with a basic professional qualification in wildlife and ecology, who can recommend what should be done as far as contacting ADF&G, as far as denying permits, such as the one that was given for that bicycle race next to a stream last summer, inviting ADF&G to be part of the process early in planning and permit granting, so that we can keep wildlife and people separate as much as possible, rather than waiting for them to conflict and then responding. I think the people will be much safer that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay. There may be questions. Dr. Selcraig? No questions. Mr. Birch?
What's wrong with just making a demarcation point, say the ridge line east of town, and let the bears have the 5 million acres on the other side of that, and the urban parks on this side, on the town side where children play, have that kind of a bear-free zone? Is that an unreasonable expectation that we wouldn't want bears? And it seems like, you got people doing barbecues and playing baseball in Bicentennial Park and around that area. I just would appreciate your thoughts on I don't particularly think that bears and people can cohabitate in town. But I'd be interested in your perspective on that.
Well, there's a couple of things there. One is that where the people conflict with the bears is primarily in extremely good bear habitat, which the city has gotten from the state and has digitized in the planning department. And those are the places we need to keep people out of by closing trails, unless we have a lot of enforcement people out there that can't keep everyone out, but we can certainly say loud and clear this trail is closed for the summer because it's in bear habitat. We can also prevent new trails from going there or the habitat being destroyed so the bears want to go anywhere else. I haven't noticed that ball fields tend to be built in sloping areas next to streams, but I may be wrong about that. So keeping the bears in prime habitat and people out of the prime habitat during the bears' active season is one of the most important things we can do. The other one is that, in general, the bears don't notice where we've drawn the line. Unless we build a bear-proof fence, they will keep on coming through because we will have a bear-free habitat that's open for them to exploit, no competition from any other bears. We will continue taking them out, and the bears in the area will become less and less abundant. That's what's happened in other parts of the country. And there will still be bears, but very few within a bear's traveling distance from town. By the way, I absolutely approve of safety-related actions that, for instance, a bear that insists on mixing with people in spite of the precautions we take, there should be action made. No argument at all with that. I'm not fuzzy about bears.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you. You mentioned greater cooperation between the municipality and the state. Would you also foresee the necessity for some sort of education program on part of the city? When I moved here, I didn't grow up in bear country. I grew up in the Midwest on a farm, and we had venomous snakes, which is one of the reasons I moved here, because we don't have snakes. But when I moved here, I was very quickly educated on what to do if I saw a bear, how to react, et cetera, et cetera. Would you foresee that that's something that the city maybe needs to do a little bit more in earnest?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was complimenting Mr. Starr putting that in his proposed ordinance. I couldn't say everything I wanted to say. It would have taken me 25 minutes. Education is extremely important. And not only cooperating with ADF&G so that planners and permit granters and so forth are aware of the actual issues involved in managing wildlife and people. But we need to tell people all about how to exist with bears, including what's a trail being closed for? Why is it important to keep your garbage in? And by the way, have bear-proof containers, of course. People say we have more bears than we used to. We see a lot more bears than we used to. There's no question about that. There are more people, according to the wildlife biologists in ADF&G, there are more people in Anchorage living where the bears are, recreating where the bears are. There may be a few more because we have garbage, and that attracts them. And we're also putting more salmon in the streams has been mentioned, but apparently that's unlikely to have a serious effect the way it's been done so far, at least. Education is absolutely vital. It ought to be in every school, every community council, posters, you name it. And that's not going to happen during the summer if people are entirely, out responding to bear problems. All those kinds of education should be going on all year. And a single position would make a world of difference. The person couldn't do everything. You might be doing things on contract as funding would permit.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for this speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward.
Thank you, Madam
Welcome.
Chair.
Give us your name.
My name is David Kranick, spelled K-R-A-N-I-C-H.
Mm-hmm.
I have the benefit, I think maybe a little different than the last person, of having lived in Lower Hillside for the last 40 years. And as a kid, I played in South Fork of Campbell Creek and in Bicentennial Park and a lot of those areas. And I think my family we never saw a bear, I think until 78 or somewhere around there. And we heard of maybe a couple other sightings in the area. We had other friends that lived up on Rabbit Creek that had a few more bear problems,
but not nearly what they have today. We didn't even have moose in our area at that time. I remember we had a huge garden, and it wasn't until mid-70s that we had to have a fence around the garden, or that anything ever went away in the middle of winter. You couldn't have that kind of a thing in the middle of the summer now. Your produce would last about 3 minutes. So what I see is that we've been given this line that the problem is the people are attracting the bears with our garbage, with our bird seed, with whatever. But the fact of the matter is that with the increase in garbage control and bird seed control has come not a reduction in bears, but an increase in bears. Because when I was a kid, the bungee over the top of the trash can was the preferred method, and bears never got into it. We didn't have anything, a bear bar. We had a dumpster. We had a bear. I think the bear bar got installed in the early 90s. Okay, we never had bears into the dumpster. Now, since then, we've had bears rip the bear bar off and the dumpster lid off, but with the increase in garbage protection has come increased bears. So but also with that has come an explosion in the moose population, and apparently an increase in the salmon. But there was salmon when we were kids in Campbell Creek too. I believe what we've been told by State Fish and Game is not the real truth. I've never heard of a listing of how many trash incidents. They just tell us we're going to fine you if you got your trash out. Now, we had bears, black bear with 3 cubs come through and open up my outside deep freeze and pull the fish out. And we called into Fish and Game, and they told us, well, was it locked? As if a lock on a deep freeze would keep a bear out. I could open a locked deep freeze, say nothing of a bear. So what I would like to encourage you as the Assembly to do is to stand up to these guys, because they want to treat the Anchorage area as a wildlife preserve. It is not a wildlife preserve. They manage it as a wildlife preserve. And when you have a wildlife preserve world over, guess what happens? The wildlife proliferate. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pranick. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Alerting the body that we have about 12 minutes left until it's 11 p.m. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Eric Reinbold, and I guess first of all I'd like just to say I can totally agree with the previous speaker's testimony. I moved into a house on Muldoon Road in 1968, and I roamed the Chugach foothills as a child, as a young adult. I never saw a bear as a young adult, and we put out our garbage the night before every night, and our garbage was never disturbed on Muldoon Road, and we were on the edge of Anchorage. Okay, next of all, I'd like to say it's a little bit disappointing to me that the crowd is so small here. When the subcommittee had a hearing to discuss the issue, there were a number of park and trail users here, and I'd really encourage you to go back and take a look at their testimony. It was powerful. Okay, I'd like to now move on to my prepared testimony. Again, thank you for taking the leadership role in proposing an ordinance that aims at improving public safety in light of a growing bear problem. Many people in our community are afraid to use our parks and our trails due to the risk of an unfriendly bear encounter. We hear about this just about every time we go out on the trails, and frankly, there are a number of people in our community who are very afraid to let their children go out and play because there are bears that roam through our neighborhood. Like many others who use our parks and trails, I recognize a dramatic increase in the bear activity, as I related to you a few moments ago, relative to decades past. A large number of charging incidences and attacks of the past summer are alarming, and I believe that left unchecked, it's only a matter of time before somebody in the municipality is killed. I believe that the growing problem is a wildlife management failure. Bears are attracted to Anchorage by the large number of moose in the area and the local streams that we enhance by stocking them with salmon. And meanwhile, the bear population goes largely unchecked due to hunting restrictions. I strongly support efforts to increase the moose and bear hunting activities in the municipality. A formal request of the Board of Game, as proposed in this ordinance, is appropriate and responsible. In fact, I'll stop here and just compliment the Fish and Game for taking action in this matter. They have put several proposals in front of the Board of Game to do exactly that, and I think that is very appropriate. This is, in my view, probably the most important thing we can do. We need to take a proactive step towards reducing the number of bears and moose, which are attracting the bears to our area. Some have argued that this ordinance is unnecessary because the Department of Fish and Game will protect the public from bears. The fact is that the Fish and Game, their mission is not public safety. We've had this discussion with a number of individuals in the Fish and Game, and it is not public safety. Rather, it is wildlife conservation.
Please summarize, sir.
Their job is to promote a healthy bear population in the municipality, and I believe they've done just that. I think it's now time to take back our parks and trails and let the municipality take the initiative to put public safety first, and I urge you to vote for this ordinance and to protect our families from a growing problem with bears in our community.
Thank you, sir. There are some questions. Dr. Selcraig?
I just want to know, do you know that this is going to be postponed? Our action won't be taken tonight. We're going to act in April on the 14th. And you may want to come back. You can't speak again, but you could
Yes,
come
I
back
do.
and listen. Okay.
Yeah, I realize I can't speak again, and I hope some of the other trail and park users will come and speak, but I'm concerned that the delays have caused them to become
I'm sure there'll be
disenchanted.
more people here. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Starr?
Mr. Reinbold, did we build the trails like Campbell Creek Trail and some of the other public improvements? Did we build those in the wrong place? Eagle River Campground comes to mind. You know, we've seen a fair use there. I mean, did we do the wrong thing? That's what I've heard from the state. Mr. Sinnott says we shouldn't have done that. We encroached in bear habitat by trails construction. Did we mess up doing that?
Mr. Starr, I would argue no. In fact, those trails, many of those trails that are currently in Bicentennial Park are the same trails that I rode my bike and hiked as a child. So I would argue no. Those are the kinds of trails that attract people to nature. They want to be by the rivers. They want to be in the woods. And the fact that there are bears in the woods is not necessarily a problem. Bears are part of nature, and we don't mind seeing bears on occasion. But it's gotten out of hand.
So the inference was that the trails are bear corridors, but if we didn't do the trails and we left that as undisturbed open space, you'd still have a bear corridor. Do you think? I know you're not a wildlife biologist, but the corridor, is that really a trail? I mean, do we have a bear corridor because we've built a nice trail?
No. In fact, as Fish and Game points out, the bears do use river and creek drainages. Obviously, they're fishing in spawning streams. That's understood. We can design trails to avoid those critical areas where it is a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Hold on a
wait,
second.
sir, please.
Stay. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
I just want to clarify something I think I heard you say. You mentioned bears are part of nature and you don't necessarily mind that. You're not advocating just kill them all, just maybe thin the herd a little bit?
No, absolutely not. I believe that Mr. Starr's proposal, his ordinance, is very clear in that the objective here is to haze the bears and to let them know that it's not a friendly place for them. I think it's only a time to kill a bear if it becomes an imminent danger to the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. No more questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. We have about 6.5 minutes left until 11 p.m. Is it the wish of the body to adjourn at 11 or to extend for a few minutes?
And
okay,
excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, at some point I would like to take a personal privilege.
I have that. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item tonight? Ma'am, come forward. Mr. Birch. This one is going to be continued. Yeah.
My
Yes.
name is Sandra.
Pull the microphone down to your face, please.
My name is Sandra Kronig, and I live at 9780 Carlson Road. It's just one block past Elmore off Abbott Road. And we live back in the woods, and I'm the mother of David. But anyway, we've lived there for 40 years, and last summer, we had a sow and 3 cubs right up next to our front entrance. I almost ran into it And we have grandkids, family, employees in and out that door all the time. Then they went on over to our neighbors where they have 7 kids playing. They were in the area for about 5 weeks. Then we had a male bear that was back and forth in our backyard, in our garden area twice that we scared it off. It was up by our back door twice and down the driveway over to neighbors in the area for about 5 weeks. Also, I did a little survey around our neighborhood, and they said that most of the people are concerned about having their children even play outside, let alone barbecuing, smoking fish, having bees, having chickens, that type of thing, because they all attract bear. Also, while I was just sitting up there listening to some of the other testimonies, I was talking to a man. He lives up at Rabbit Creek, and he said that they have a bear in their yard, black bear, about every week, and they can't even let their kids go outside without somebody supervising them with a loaded gun. And it's just too much. I'd just like to submit that the bears, we live right in a corridor where the bear comes through. As far as I'm concerned, Fish and Game could put traps or hunt them right in that area and get rid of them before they even get to the neighborhoods. That's my testimony. Thank you.
We have a question. Ms. Johnston? That was for the other item. Any questions for this lady? If not, thank you very much for coming.
Sure.
I would like to continue this public hearing until April 14th.
Second.
Thank you. Any objection? Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify tonight who has been waiting patiently? I don't see any hands going up. Okay. All right. This item is postponed, is continued. The public hearing is continued until April 14th. Ms. Johnson, you had an item to introduce.
Yes, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege. There's been some confusion. We're not quite sure about, on the consent agenda, the item that we introduced that was 9F11. And I would like to introduce a 9F12 AR. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending and revising the 2009 general government operating budget to reduce appropriations.
Second. Third.
Thank you. And we're putting this up for public hearing. Did you want this also on the 24th?
Yes, please.
Okay. 2.
You need 2 public hearings, I believe, Madam Chair.
2 public hearings. So the 24th would be one, and the 14th and the 14th. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, because this is a budget item, it requires 2 hearings.
It's an abundance of caution. I'm not sure it's
Thank you.
necessary for an amendment, but it won't hurt.
Thank you. If no one is willing to extend the meeting, we are...
Madam Chair, before you
A minute.
adjourn,
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to reorder the agenda to address 11D and 11D1.
You're going back to where we should have been, so go ahead pretty quickly, Mr. Starr. We have 1 minute.
11D1, move to accept my notice to withdraw prior notice.
Second.
And essentially, this is regarding Assembly action ratification of collective bargaining agreement for fire rescue and EMS by notice that I put in forth February 24th. I hereby give notice to intent to withdraw this prior notice.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.